Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Thank you, Bennett, for a job well done. Appreciate it. Well, folks, we're back here at the show. We're about ready to go in the North Arena. Our first customer is coming into the ring right now. We should have 9 entries in this class of of senior and junior showmen.
I have one request. We're doing the webcast. Just because our two sides, we're doing the webcast.
Okay.
Just because the two sides are like, we're trying to switch back and forth. We just make sure to announce like what's in each ring so that they can make sure
I'll try.
keep
Okay,
it.
I'll try.
Okay, thank you.
Kind of confusing.
I know. Are you just doing north and south? Are you saying north and south?
Yeah.
Okay, that's how they're gonna have it. So if you say north, they'll have north. Thank you.
This is the mic for inside here. Okay. Right? Am I correct? Mic A.
They'll take the wireless mic.
Yes. So I have one. There'll be one over there for that judge. This shows outside. So how am I going to talk in here? On their mic? Our judge this morning is Travis Cockburn from Johnston Clay City, Illinois. He's been an AD judge for 7 years. He raises dairy goats under the herd name of Cade's Little Farm with his son Caden and his wife Jana. They show nationally and bred 2021 National Beat Udder. In Marion, Illinois, they also custom bale hay. Their hobbies include fishing and deer hunting. We're glad that he's here judging the Nebraska State Fair today.
Can you charge mine for me?
Got to the motel.
You know where the mute's at, don't you, on this?
No.
Finger here. Watch this. They hold it till it says mute.
In the ring this time is the first class of dairy goat showmanship. It includes the seniors and the intermediates.
can get it. Yeah. Test. Well, good morning. We start the day off with showmanship, and a good showmanship class it was. Let's first off by giving the kids a round of applause getting out here, getting the animals fitted into the ring. Nothing better on a Tuesday morning at 8 o'clock than to walk in the ring with a judge in showmanship. So hats off to you. A really great group of kids here as we went up and down the line. As normal with a group this size, it's small differences that make the cuts. We'll walk through those on some of these at the front of the line because I always think it's important to know what was that difference that kept me from being one step further as we go up and down the line. But overall, great job. I will tell you that your fitting jobs were good. There were some of you, as we go through, fitting is what made some of the differences in some of these cuts as we went through it. But as we start with the first two, the young lady at the front of the line, when we compare her to the young man standing here behind her, this was my closest placing today. I went back and forth with these two. These two, as you watch them move around the ring, their animals worked with them. They really worked extremely well with those animals. We were able to see their ability to show the animal to the best of its potential. Both of them, when I asked the question as it related to the scorecard, both knew exactly what the strength was. But really what it came down to, slight differences in fitting, in particular in the mammary system. One of the toughest spots to clip on a goat. Y'all can go back to the pen after this and you can look. It is that lateral attachment on the side. Many of you did not clip those lateral attachments on the udder. There is hair that is there, and I do expect in showmanship class at this level that those mammary systems be clipped. Slight difference when it came to clipping the mammary system with 1/2. So it was that fitting of the animal that places this young lady in 1 over the young man in 2. 2/3. In his turn, in the second and third, again, two very similar fitted animals as you look at them. Just a slight advantage as he moved around the ring. The animal would set up just a little bit faster for him, and he made those accommodations just a little bit quicker and a little bit smoother when it came to the side lineup, and it was for those accommodations that he made for the other exhibitors that he came in. Who goes over 3. 3/4, young lady here, when it came to knowledge of the animal, again, knew it. They were very similar, but when you look at the animals and they have them at rest set up, I think this doe just shows just a little bit better. She sets up on her own. It is that ability for the animal to set itself up, show itself when it comes to those point categories that 3 goes over 4. 4/5 in her turn, it was for the exhibitor's attention to the judge. In paying attention at all times. I know sometimes it's easy to get caught up setting that animal up, but number 4 was always focused on me, always paying attention to me, and it was that advantage that she had that carried 4/5. 5/6 in her turn. Second best fitting job that was out here by far. Beautiful clip on the mammary job with this doe, and it was the fitting of the animal that carried 4/5. 5/6. 5/6 here. Again, as we went with this, a little more knowledge of what I was looking for, and the of the scorecard as it came in that took 5/6, 6/7 in his turn. It was the maneuverability around the ring. I didn't catch him making some of those small mistakes in terms of turning the wrong way or switching the wrong way in a position in movership, and that's what took 6/7. 7/8 in his turn. He was just a little bit smoother as he went about the ring. Paid a little more attention here. Animal setup just a little bit better with 7 going over 8, 8 going over 9. Close placing here with these two. We did see, not that I give an advantage for that clip job on the mammary system, but I think overall the fitting of the animal was just a little bit better, just a little bit cleaner when you took a look with 8/9. 9/10, it was the showmanship. It was the maneuvers as you moved around the ring. Did not turn away from the judge, and it was that took 9/10. And the young lady here at the end of the line, great clip job on this doe. She looked beautiful as we had her out here in the ring. Want to commend her for that. So let's give it again a round of applause for this intermediate showmanship class.
Okay, 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 we're on. In the Dairy Goat Showmanship just completed, senior champion was awarded to Will Bachmeyer from Granville, North Dakota. And in the intermediate division just completed, first place goes to Annika Streeter from Wildwood, Missouri. Second place to Jill Womble from Ray, Colorado. Third place to Samantha McLean from Fort Collins, Colorado. Fourth place to Clary Berlin from Fort Collins, Colorado. Fifth place to Crystal Call from Springview, Nebraska. Sixth place to Ryan Call, excuse me. Ryan Call, Crystal Call. Got to mean. Seventh place to Sherry Kubicek from Ceresco. Eighth place to Cami Brenson from Fairbury, Nebraska. And ninth place to Shaylee Ryle. That's the completion of the senior and intermediate classes. We are now ready for class 504 showmanship. We should have 5 entries in this class. Our judge for showmanship in this class is Danielle Carolette from Stanford, New York. She has a herd of Nubian, Saanen, and experimental dairy goats. Her, her herd started in 2003 with a gift of a few kids, which quickly grew into an ADGA plus herd. She's recognized as an AGA. Since starting a herd, she has bred and owned many permanent champion animals that has 2 top 10 donors and several excellent appraising does. In 2018, she became an ADGA licensed judge. In her free time, Danielle is the co-host of Ringside, an American Dairy Goat podcast, where she discusses all things dairy goats each week. Thank you, Danielle, for being with us today. for this class of junior showmanship, we have a special award today. The special Purple Goat Award is presented to the junior showmanship winner in memory of Molly Meter. Molly was the daughter of Kevin and Julie, sister to Cole, Chad, and Brett Meter. She was a full of life, energetic 8-year-old who lovingly showed dairy goats, sheep, and silky chickens in the color purple. Molly passed away in the fall of 2005 from neuroblastoma. Please enjoy this Purple Goat Award as she would have loved it. That will be presented to our winner in this class. Once again, our judge for this class is Danielle Caroli from Stanfordville, New York, where she has a herd of Nubian, Saanen, and experimental dairy goats. Her herd started in 2003 with the gift of a doe kid, which then quickly grew up to be an ADGA plus herd, which was recognized as an ADGA herd of distinction in 2021. Her herd shows, appraises, and participates in the DHIR each year. Since starting her herd, she has bred and owned many permanent champion animals, had 2 top 10 does, and several excellent appraising does. In 2018, she became an ADGA licensed judge, and in her free time, Danielle is the co-host of Ringside, an American Dairy Goat podcast, where they discuss all things dairy goats each week. Thanks, Danielle, for coming here and being with us today. And this is the class of showmanship for the juniors, and we're about completed with that class.
All right, this is our junior showmanship class to start the day. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. We have a really strong lineup of junior exhibitors and really appreciate, first of all, their ability or their willingness to come into the ring and compete in showmanship. but all through the lineup. But I do want to start off with this exhibitor standing to my right, an exhibitor that just really excelled the remainder in the class and the ability to keep that doe upstanding today, head held high, move with great ease of motion, as well as had an advantage in the maneuvers of the animal when we were in the side-by-side lineup, really kept that animal moving with a lot of grace and ease of motion, really showing her off to her best advantage today throughout the class. There also is a slight advantage in the clipping of the mammary system, placing 1/2. 2/3, it is first for her general knowledge, her ability to, as I like to say, talk goat, understanding the terminology of the animals, keeping those feet and legs underneath that animal more properly today, as well as her clipping job, a really sharper, cleaner clip job today, placing 2/3. 3/4, it is for her ability to properly maneuver the animal correctly, keep that animal set up at all times, as well as just an ease of motion as they track around the ring, placing 3/4. 4/5, it is for their ability to keep that collar on that goat up held high and in control, as well as an advantage in clippingness and cleanliness of the animal today. Our 5th place exhibitor, I really want to commend for their confidence in the ring, their ability to just come out and set that animal up, and they should be commended for that. Thank you for bringing these exhibitors out. Let's give our exhibitors another round of applause. Oh, hold on, don't go anywhere.
Thank you, Danielle. Just a reminder, our first place exhibitor in this class will get a special Purple Goat Award presented to the Junior Showman winner in memory of Molly Meter. Molly was the daughter of Kevin and Julie, sister to Cole, Chad, and Brett. She was a full of life, energetic 8-year-old who loved showing dairy goats, sheep, silky chickens, and the color purple. Molly passed away in the fall of 2005 from neuroblastoma. Please enjoy this Purple Goat Award, so she would have adored it. And our winner is Ben Prochnock. Yeah, but what, is it this name or this name? It's up here. You had Crystal call twice. So we had to be this name. Okay, folks. Now ready for the Pee Wee 6 and under class. We should have 4 entrants in that class for the Pee Wee Showmanship. Pee Wee Showmanship is now entering the ring. And once again, we have 5 instead of 4. Evelyn Call. Class Ben Prochnick. Okay. Sometimes it's this, but, you know. Judging the Pee Wee Showman is Travis Cockburn from Johnson City, Illinois. He's an ADGA judge for 7 years. He raises dairy goats under the herd name of Cade's Little Farm with his son Caden and his wife Chana. They show nationally inbred the 2021 National Beat Udder. Okay, attention in the barn. This is first and second call. We're about ready to begin the show for the majors, for the juniors. In the North Arena, the first show will be the Alpines. So Alpines, be getting your goats up here to check in into the North Arena. In the South Arena, we will be showing Oberhausen goats. So get your overs ready to come into the South Arena. North will be the Alpines. Second will be the Oberhausen.
All right, give a round of applause there for our Pee Wee Showmen. They're all going to walk away with a ribbon and a prize today. Always fun. They get them started early in the ring. All knew their goat's name and what kind of goat they had. They even knew their own names. So they did really good today. We're going to give them all a ribbon and a prize. Hopefully we see them here over the next day or two, maybe showing some of these animals. So I think we're about ready to get rolling with the Junior Doe Show. How do you turn this off?
On the bottom, it really does, but I'll leave it on for me. It's a little tiny button.
Oh, I see. Push it down.
Thank you, Judge. In the Pee Wees, everybody got a ribbon. So congratulations to those young exhibitors. They include okay. This is the animal.
Yeah, it'd be Colby,
Okay.
Winton.
Okay. In that class, the exhibitors were Iris Ross, Ashlyn Call, Witten Francis, and Colby Meter. Okay, we're now ready to begin with class 3602, the Alpine Show, the Diamond Juniors. They will be in the North Arena. We should have 5 entries in that class. Okay. In the North Arena, we have our first class of Alpines. These are April to August 2023. We should have 5 head in this class. Looks like the class is complete. That's class number 3602. In the South Arena, we will be going with the Overhosleys. And we have our first class will be class 100, and that will be only 1 head in that class. No class.
Do I need to put 8 o'clock down as the start time technically according to the book? Okay.
In the South Arena is class 102, Overhosleys juniors. We have 3 entries in that class. And we're wrapping up in the Alpine show in this class, class 3602, and we have our results at this time.
I think they want them on this side. They want them on that side.
Okay. Not used to working with cameras here. I'm a little out of my element, so All right, first class of Alpines. This is our junior kid class. Really, 5 nice kids out here up and down this lineup as you look at them. I am going with 1 over 2. There's an advantage here in Derry's strength. We're just seeing more substance of bone with this doe. She's a little more open in those ribs. And then it is that Derry's strength along with body capacity being just deeper into the barrel, wider coming back. 2 going over 3, the advantages in feet and legs. She's just straighter on those forelegs. She's tighter on her toes, a little more angulation. And then as you watch her walk away, tracks a little more width between the hocks. Now she'll grant that length of body to this doe standing behind her, and it is that length of body, that levelness that we get over the top line. General appearance points, it takes 3 over 4, 4 going over 5 in her turn. The advantage here in her turn is also general appearance rump. She's just a little more level from hips to pins in the area of the rump with 4 going over 5, and come in this doe in 5 for that dairy strength the neck that we see with her today.
Travis, like just so you're aware, in that middle ring where you guys were walking through, there is a microphone down there for you guys. Like Danielle has it right now. There's a microphone stand in the black holding pen.
Oh, okay. So we're just using that one.
Yeah. That one will stay. Yeah, you guys will. That one will be working. On the bottom, there's a little button. You have to hold the little button? No.
In the class just completed, first place went to the Van Wyck Acres from Haywarden, Iowa. Second place to Brenda Littner from Pittsboro, Indiana. Third place to Francis Lure from Hermosa, South Dakota. Fourth place to Francis Lure from Hermosa, South Dakota. And fifth place to Francis Lure. And that was class 3603 Alpines, April through August of 2023.
Here, it's on. That one's on.
All right, this is my lineup to start our Oberhausley breed and my intermediate kid. We're going to start with this doe to my right. 1/2 for her advantages today in general appearance. As she tracks around the ring, she's stronger in that front end assembly, less motion into that shoulder today. She's walking with more width between the hocks. She's showing us more strength and substance of bone as well over this doe, and 2, more length of body over this doe, and 2. 2/3, it is first for her advantage in dairy strength. She's leaner about that neck today. She's showing us more angulation, more openness throughout, as well as in general appearance. She's stronger in that top line on the area of the chine today. She's cleaner between the hocks. She's stronger on those pasterns over this deep-bodied doe standing in third. A really deep-bodied doe in third. She does excel the remainder of the class in that body capacity, and she should be commended for that. Thank you for bringing these animals out. I don't know where this is. Oh, this is one we're claiming? Okay.
I bet it's. But like our Francis Lore there.
In the Oberhasleys just completed, first place went to Cordula Schmidt from Springfield, Nebraska. Second place to Cordula Schmidt from Springfield, Nebraska. And third place to Crystal Call from Springview, Nebraska. In the South Arena is Class 104, Oberhasli Senior Kids, January, February 2023.
just yeah. No, they have one down there.
All right, this is my senior kids for the Oberhausley breed, starting with this doe to my right. 1/2 first for her advantage and general appearance. She's tighter at that shoulder today. She's stronger in the tine. She's more nearly level from hips to pins over this doe in 2. She also has the advantage in body capacity. She's deeper into the barrel over this doe in 2. 2/3, it is first for her advantage in dairy strength, the width of ribs, the substance of bone we're seeing today on this doe standing in 2, coupled with her advantage in general appearance. She's more perpendicular from hock to pasterns today. She's cleaner about those hocks with more space as she walks around the ring, and she has the advantage in the levelness of that top line as well over this doe standing in 3. She will yield to the cleanliness and the leanness of neck that we are seeing in 3, and for that beautiful neck, 3 should be commended. Thank you.
In the South Arena, we have just completed Class 104 Oberhasleys. Coming in now will be Class 106. Class 108. Class 108 Oberhasleys. Those are senior yearlings, September of 21 through May of 22.
All right, big class of intermediate kids here in the Alpine Show. Really, again, up and down this lineup, really nice group. A few trade-offs as we go up and down the lineup. And as we get these first 2 in here, the second doe, when you can catch her walking, It has a lot of those attributes that we want to see, but it is this doe at the front of the line, that gracefulness, the elegance, the dairy strength that she brings to the table here, that really is going to move her over the doe standing behind her. She's taller at those withers as she walks around, showing me more length in that neck, a little cleaner throughout. When you look at those dairy strength points, 1 places over 2 for those reasons. 2 going over 3 in her turn. A couple trade-offs here, but the few times we could catch this doe walking, really appreciated the width between her hocks, the openness into her scutcheon. She had that advantage in feet and legs, being straighter on those forelegs than the doe standing in 3 going over 4. Another close placing, but dairy strength here, I just felt we had a little more substance of bone with this doe. When you put your hands on her, she's a little flatter bone, a little more open in that rib. In her turn, she's a little sharper at those angular. She's a little sharper at her withers, a little more angular on that rear leg set, more incurving in that thigh than the doe standing in 4. 4 going over 5. Front end assembly, she's tighter at that point of shoulder. She's just a little sharper in that front of shoulder. When you watch her walk around the ring, she's a little tighter at the point of elbow with just slightly more extension to that brisket. Places 3 going over 4. 4 going over 5. Body capacity here, this doe just really excels the doe standing behind her. She's so much deeper in that chest floor, wider in that heart girth as you take a look there at the doe standing in 5 over the doe in 6. 6 going over 7 general appearance. This doe here, when you look at general appearance, maybe some of the stronger feet and legs, definitely of what's left here. Really appreciate that angulation that we see to the rear leg set. She's most incurving from that pin bone down to the hock when you compare 6 over 7. 7 going over 8 in her turn. General appearance, she's just stronger in the top line, stronger in the area of the back. She's stronger in that chine. She's a little wider into the loin than what we're seeing in 8. 8 going over 9 feet and legs, tracking more width between those hock, and commend that 9th place doe for strength of pastureance today.
In the class, just
That was the right one. No, that's the arena.
in the class just completed.
Yeah.
I think it's out there. In the Alpine Goats, first place went to Van Wyck Acres from Haywarden, Iowa. Second place to Levi Campbell of Troy, Missouri. Third place to Levi Campbell from Troy, Missouri. Fourth place to Van Wyck Acres of Haywarden, Iowa. Fifth place to Francis Lure from Hermosa, South Dakota. Sixth place to Brenda Leitner from Pittsboro, Indiana. Eighth place to Francis Lure from Hermosa, South Dakota. And ninth place to Francis Lure from Hermosa, South Dakota. Seventh place in the last class went to Josh Campbell from Breckenridge, Missouri. In the North Ring at this time is Class 104, Senior Kids, January to February of 2023, Alpine Goats. In the South Arena, we have Oberhasleys, Senior Yearlings, then born between September 1 of 21 and May of 2022.
right, this is our Oberhasli yearling class, and we're going to start this class 1/2 with this doe to my right. First, for her advantage in dairy strength, we're seeing more cleanliness, more openness and angulation throughout. We're seeing a doe that's cleaner into that thigh, more incurving into that thigh, but also in general appearance, she walks with more ease of motion. She's stronger in that front end assembly. She tracks with more natural width between the hocks over this doe standing in 2. 2/3, it is first for her advantage in general appearance. She's longer into that loin today. She's longer from hips to pins. She's more correct in those toes, more properly placed forward over this doe standing in 3. She also has the advantage in body capacity with more width between the chest, more depth of barrel, more spring of rib over this doe in 3. 3/4, as she tracks around the ring, she's a more upstanding doe. She's showing us more levelness from hips to pins today. She's showing us more strength into those pasterns over this doe standing in 4. 4/5, it is first for her advantage in body capacity. We're seeing more width of chest, more spring of rib, but we also are seeing the advantage in general appearance. She's showing us more length and levelness in that rump, more width from thorough to thorough, and she walks with more ease of motion onto those back legs over this doe standing in 5. 5/6, it is for her advantage in dairy strength. She's showing us more length of neck, more openness and angulation throughout, more curvature into that thigh today, more height into the flank over this doe in 6. And 6/7, in her turn, it is for her advantage in general appearance. She's stronger in that top line, particularly in the area of the chine. She's more nearly level into that rump today. She's showing us the advantage in the length of body throughout, slight advantage into that length of neck over this deep-bodied doe standing in 7. I really do want to commend this doe standing in 7 for the moderate strength of brisket we're seeing on her. Thank you for bringing these animals out.
All right, senior kids in Alpine division here. A pair of does really that rose to the top pretty quick for me as we look at them. Slight differences once we start to compare these two. For me today, one's going to go over 2. It is the advantage that she has in dairy strength today. When you look at these does inside profile, we're just seeing a longer, leaner neck, a little bit more smoother blending of that neck into the shoulders. She's a little cleaner in the throat. She's a little cleaner back into that stifle, into that flank because she's incurving with that. She also has an advantage today in general appearance being wider in that area of the rump from thorough to thorough than what we're seeing in 2. 2/3, this is a general appearance place. This doe here, when you watch this doe walk, it is the way she carries herself around the ring. She walks uphill. She's higher at those withers than she is the hips. She's more nearly level in the back. She's stronger in the area of the chine. When you get her on the move and at rest, she's more nearly level from hips to pins in that rump area with 2 going over 3. 3 going over 4 in her turn, close placing here. But the advantages in general appearance in her turn, it's back. She's just so much stronger in that area of the chine as you get her on the move and watch her walk around the ring in her turn with 4 going, or with 3 going over 4. 4/5 in her turn. Again, it's a dairy strength placing here as we compare these two. She's a little cleaner in the throat, longer in the neck. But really when it comes back to that rear leg, she's curving in that thigh. When you put your hands on her, more loose, pliable skin, a little more open in that ribbing with 4 going over 5. Over 6 in her turn. Body capacity here, she's just deeper in that chest floor, a little wider in that barrel as you watch her walk from behind. She tracks a little more width throughout with 5 going over 6. 6 going over 7 in her turn. She just has that advantage of in her turn, more body capacity. She's definitely showing us more depth and width throughout in her turn as we compare her. And then when you look at the correctness in feet and legs, she's stronger on those feet and legs in particular. Pasterns as you look at our 5th place goat over a 6th place goat, and commend the 6th place goat here for the openness that we do find in her ribbing today.
All right, this is our lineup for our selection of junior grand champion in our Oberhasli division. 3 really strong does standing here as representatives of the 1st place line. Starting with our intermediate kid, a really well-balanced kid, lots of smoothness of blending throughout. She's strong in those feet and legs, particularly that front end assembly. She's level across that top line. You get your hands on her. There's a lot of pliability of skin there. we have our senior kid, another kid excelling in that general appearance, the smoothness of blending throughout, the levelness of top line, the length from hips to pins that we're seeing on her. And then finally, we come up to our yearling doe, a really well-balanced doe. I admire the dairy strength on this animal, the beautiful length of neck, the sharpness at the withers, the angulation to that rear leg set, or the angulation to the thigh, coupled with the beautiful strength in those feet and legs that we're seeing on her, the levelness of the top line. Today, she will be my junior grand champion over Hosley.
It's this one right here. Evans Hollow Shy Christina, Jill Womble will be your grand champion.
The junior grand champion Oberhasli is shown by Jill Womble from Ray, Colorado. Jill's doe is Heavens Hollow Shy Christina.
You're gonna put her up on. All right, we bring in our second place animal, another doe that just really excels in the body capacity, the substance of bone, the width throughout, especially in that width of rump. But I do think that our competition does come down for our reserve junior champion to these two younger does. And there is a doe that's just showing us a longer length of bone pattern throughout. She's slightly stronger on those rear legs today. And that is our intermediate kid. She will be my reserve junior champion over Hosley today. Thank you.
Thank you, Jill.
Yes, the reserve will go to Cordula Schmidt.
The reserve in the Abercrombie's is owned by Cordula Schmidt from Springfield, Nebraska. Her doe is playwright DM Reese's Pieces. Congratulations to Cordula. In the ring at this time, over in the North Arena, we have the senior yearling class of the Alpines. 814 in this class, going on now in the North Arena. Class 108 Alpines.
I'm going to show you something.
A single entry in our junior Get Sire class, well deserving of a first place. Really admire the consistency from thorough to thorough that we're seeing on these does, the length from hips to pins as well, the openness into the escutcheon that we're seeing on them. They should be commended for that. Thank you for bringing these does out.
Big class of Alpine senior yearlings here. A couple pair here at the top we had some trade-offs, but as we compare one over two, the advantage here is in dairy strength. She's just such a powerful doe. When you put your hands on her, she's really flat in that ribbing, really open in the ribbing. And then as you take a look at this doe, that length of neck, that power that comes throughout, she really excels in dairy strength. She also excels the doe standing behind her in body capacity, being deeper in her chest floor, wider in her barrel throughout. She also has a slight advantage when it comes to that general appearance. When you get her on the move, she's more nearly level in the area of the back. She's wider in that rump area from thorough to thorough. So for those reasons, one goes over two. Two goes over three. In her turn, she has the advantage here in feet and legs, being more properly angulated in that rear leg set, more incurving from the pin bone down to the hock. She's just tracking with a little more width, a little more openness up in the escutcheon with two going over three. Three going over four in her turn. Two very similar does, but it is body capacity. We're just seeing so much more depth back into that barrel in our third place doe over our fourth place doe. Four over five. General appearance in this doe, she's so level over that top line, that back. She's stronger in the area of the chine, stronger in the area of the rump, blends more naturally from that loin into the rump than what we're seeing in our fifth place doe. Five going over six in her turn. She has the advantage in feet and legs. In her turn, she's straighter on the forelegs, more angulated in that rear leg set, a little stronger on those pasterns, both at rest and on the move, taking 5 over 6. 6 over 7 in her turn, dairy strength. She's sharper, those withers. She's longer in the neck, more angulated throughout, a little more incurving, a little more flatness of bone that we find here with 6 going over 7. 7 going over 8 in her turn. In her turn, she's more correct in that rear leg set, being more properly angulated in that rear leg set, with 8 going over 9, 9 going over 10, and the remainder of the class here, we just lost some of that depth and width that we had as we came up the line, not the strength in feet and legs and the pasterns as we came down the line. So if you get any questions, come and ask me, but thanks for bringing them out. And I need my first and second place does in the ring, please.
In the north ring, just completed. We'll have those results for you in just a moment. First place goes to Harmony Alpines from Nunn, Colorado. Second place to Levi Campbell from Troy, Missouri. Third place to Will Bachmeyer from Granville, North Dakota. Fourth place to Casey Proknick from Gibbon, Minnesota. Fifth place to Will Bachmeyer, Granville, North Dakota. Sixth place to Francis Luer from Hermosa, South Dakota. Seventh place to Casey Proknick, Gibbon, Minnesota. Eighth place, Francis Luer from Hermosa, South Dakota. Ninth place to Jonathan Good from Wakefield, Nebraska. 10th place to Jonathan Good, Wakefield, Nebraska. 11th place to Jenna Good from Wakefield, Nebraska. And Jenna also had 12th place. Receiving 13th in that class was Dylan Brook from Wakefield, Nebraska. And 14th in that class was also to Dylan Brook from Wakefield, Nebraska. That concludes the results from Class 108. In the North Arena at this time, we are picking our champion and reserve champion in the Alpine Goat Show.
Championship lineup here in our Alpine Junior Doe Show. Really appreciate the feet and legs that we see up and down this lineup. Angulation of the rear leg set with all of them. Strength of pasterns. Correctness on those forelegs as you look at all of them. Really sharp, really angular with this group as a whole. I think there's one doe out here, though, as we compare her to the others that just really excels the group in both dairy strength, the correctness that we see in her feet and legs, angulation throughout when we look at general appearance. She has the longest rump out here, widest rump. She's really the strongest throughout when you look at her and compare her to the does that are standing behind her. Senior yearling here at the front of the line is going to be my champion. And as we pull her out, and now we bring in that second place doe in that lineup. Maybe not as powerful as a doe when we look at her compared to that doe, but I think she still fits extremely well in this lineup as we compare her. And I think the competition for me remains in that class and actually then with the youngest kid that is out here. When we look at the two of them, I think they're similar in that depth of body. They're similar when you take a look at that correctness in feet and legs. But I am going to stay in the same class with my dry yearling. I think she's just a little sharper about those withers. She walks a little more uphill, showing me a little more length in that rump and tracking with a little more width throughout. And for those reasons, I'll stay in that same yearling will be my reserve.
The grand champion in that division is owned by Harmony Alpine from Nunn, Colorado. And the reserve goes to Levi Campbell from Troy, Missouri. Congratulations to our two champions. One. Her herd shows, appraises, and participates in DHIR each year. Since starting her herd, she has bred and owned many permanent champion animals, had 2 top 10 does, and several excellent appraising does. In 2018, she became an ADGA licensed judge. In her free time, Danielle is the co-host of Ringside, an American dairy goat podcast where they discussed all things dairy goats each week. So this will begin the Alpine Show here in the North End again under the direction of Danielle Caroli from Stanfordville, New York.
So I just want you to know that.
Our judge is Travis Cockburn from Johnson City, Illinois. He has been an ADGA judge for 7 years. He raises dairy goats under the name Cade's Little Farm with his son Caden and his wife Shanna. They show nationally and bred the 2021 National Beat Udder. He also has a custom bale hay in Illinois. Hobbies include fishing and deer hunting, and he's glad to be here honoring the Nebraska State Fair.
Oberhausley Intermediate kids, pretty easy choice here for our first place doe here. Just really excels this group. In general appearance, being the most correct on her feet and legs. She's straightest on the forelegs, most angulated in that rear leg set, strongest front end assembly. Really those feet placed most properly underneath the withers of this group. Beautiful extension to the brisket. For those reasons, 1 goes over 2. 2 going over 3 in her turn, a little closer placing here as we look at these 2. I think we're a little more correct in that rear leg set on our second place doe over our third place doe, being more angulated from the pin bone down to the hock. But I do commend this doe here in third for that openness and flatness of bone that we find in her ribbing today. A couple trade-offs here with these two two does at the front of the line, but I think I'm going to go with 1/2. Advantage in general appearance. When you look at the rump, she has the advantage in the area of the rump being longer from hips to pins, a little wider from throw to throw. And then as you look at that back end of the rump, she just blends a little bit more smoothly. As you get her on the move, I think she tracks a little more gracefulness, holds that head a little bit higher, holds those withers a little bit higher, tracks a little more uphill. All general appearance categories, 1 going over 2. 2 going over, wait, I had these two switched. I had this, wait, yeah, I had these two switched. So yeah, switch that one. It's like, wait a minute, I didn't have that. And definitely that those reasons still held true for 1/2 in that. And then as we get here with these two, she also has that advantage in length of body, just being a little bit longer over that top line, a little more length of bone pattern throughout all general appearance. 2 going over 3, the advantage is feet and legs in her turn. That rear leg set, more properly angulated rear leg set, a little straighter on those forelegs, a little more openness between those hocks. 2 going over 3. But commend this third place doe. Really appreciate the extension of brisket that we see with her today.
All right, this is our start of the Alpine breed with our junior kid class. 1 placing over 2 today for her advantage in general appearance. She's stronger in that front end assembly with a neck that blends more smoothly into the withers today. She's longer into that loin. She's showing us more natural width between the hocks, more levelness of rumps from hips to pins today. She also excels in dairy strength, the length of body we're seeing, the length of neck, and the sharpness and angulation throughout over this doe in 2. 2 in her turn is placing over 3 for her advantages in general appearance, particularly in those feet and legs. When you view her from the front, she's straighter onto those forelegs today. She's stronger in that rear leg set, stronger in the pasterns today over this doe standing in 3rd. She will yield to the length of body we are seeing in this 3rd place doe. 3 over 4, it is first for the advantage in body capacity, the depth of barrel, the width between the ribs, the depth of the heart girth, as well as the general appearance, the width between the hocks, the openness into the escutcheon, the upstandingness and length of body throughout that we're seeing on this 3rd place animal. 4 over 5, it is in her turn for her advantages in general appearance. She's stronger in that top line, particularly in the area of the chine. She's a more upstanding doe today. She's sharper at those withers. She's also more nearly level from hips to pins over this doe standing in 5. A really deep body doe in 5. I do admire that depth of barrel she has combined with the substance of bone we see on her. Thank you for bringing these animals out.
senior yearling class, Oberhausley division here today. Pretty easy choice for me here with this first place goat. She definitely puts the pieces and parts together. Really nice doe to watch her walk around the ring. She excels this entire group in general appearance, and it is a general appearance. It is the smoothest of blending from the neck into the withers, the strength in the back, and then that length and levelness of that rump when you compare her to the doe standing behind her. You bring that together with that combination that she has in straightness of forelegs, angulation, and rear. Tremendous width between her hocks. One goes over the remainder of the class. Two going over three in her turn. Body capacity, just more depth back into that barrel. As we look at her, she has a little more depth in that front end assembly, depth out and then width throughout. Two going over three. Three over four. While she grants in body capacity, it is the correctness we get in general appearance with this doe. That correctness in that rear leg set, the strength of pasterns that we see throughout, extension to brisket. Four then going over five in her turn. A little closer placing here as we get this, but the general appearance here, levelness over the top line, smoothness of blending in that back from her loin into her rump, carries going over five, five going over six in her turn. She has that advantage in body capacity in her turn, just so much more depth back into the barrel than what we're seeing on her sixth place doe or fifth place doe. Five then going over six in her turn. She's just a little smoother in that top line. She's just a little stronger in the area of the chine. General appearance as we compare five over six. We'll commend our sixth place doe though for the length of neck that we're seeing with her today. So first and second place animals into the ring. Not a big show, but definitely a lot of quality here as we go up and down this lineup. For me, as we compare these three does in the front of the line, and we start that intermediate kid, really deep-bodied doe. I really appreciate the depth that we see with her, the correctness and general appearance with this senior kid here in the middle. Really like the rear leg set that we see with that senior kid in the middle. And then this for doe here at the front of the line, just a really strong general appearance doe. She's really deep-bodied. Put your hands on her. She's extremely open in that ribbing. She's long. She's lean in the neck. Pretty easy choice for me here today. The dry yearling at the front of the line is going to be my champion. So if we'll pull her out, we pull that second place doe in. And again, as we compare these, I think now competition for me comes to the two does standing behind her between that intermediate and the senior kid. I just appreciate the feet and legs that we're seeing on this senior kid, the correct end assembly, extension to brisket. Senior kid here in the middle is going to be my reserve.
All right, this is my intermediate kid class, and we're starting with this class with two does switched them out, very tight placing between these two really strong animals, but I just feel like this doe standing to my right just has a slight advantage in general appearance. She's wider into that escutcheon today. She's wider from thorough to thorough. She's longer from hips to pins, and she's also a little bit more level too. She's showing us more length of loin today as well over this doe standing in 2. 2 over 3, it is first for her advantage in dairy strength. We're seeing more pliability of skin, more angulation to those ribs today, more incurvature into the thigh, more cleanliness in the flank, but we're also coupled with more in general appearance, we're seeing more length from hips to pins, more levelness as she tracks around the ring over this doe standing in 3. 3 over 4, it is in her turn for her advantages in general appearance. She's more nearly level into that top line. She's more nearly level from hips to pins. She tracks with more natural width between the hocks, with toes more properly placed forward today over this doe standing in 4. 4 over 5, it is first for her advantages in body capacity. We're seeing more depth into that heart girth, more depth into the barrel, more width between the ribs today over this doe standing in, I believe it was 5. She also has the advantage in the length of neck we're seeing over this doe in 5. 5 over 6, it is for her advantage in general appearance, particularly on the move in that front end assembly. There's less motion into that crop today, less motion into that shoulder over this doe standing in 6. 6 over 7, it is for her advantage in general appearance. There's more natural width between the hocks today. She's showing us more length from thorough to thorough, as well as showing us more moderate strength of brisket over this doe standing in 7. 7 over 8, it is for her advantages in general appearance. She's more smoothly blended from the neck into the withers, more properly placed into that front end assembly today, showing us more length and width into that loin over this doe standing in 8. And then 8 over 9, it is for her advantage in general appearance, the levelness from hips to pins, the correctness onto that rear leg set, the curvature into that thigh today, as well as the length of neck that we are seeing on this doe. Not to take anything away from this doe standing here today, I do admire the body capacity we're seeing on her today, and she should be commended for that. Thank you for bringing these animals out. 4/5. It is for her advantage today in general appearance. She's more upstanding today, blends smoothly from the neck into the withers. She's showing us, as she tracks around the ring, more strength into that top line over this doe standing in, I believe it was 6/7 for her advantages. First in general appearance, she's stronger in that front end assembly with front legs more properly placed in relation to the withers. She's more nearly level from hips to pins today. She's straighter onto those toes with more width between the hocks over this doe in 7. And 7/8, it is first for the body capacity, the size and scale we're seeing in relation to age, but also the advantage in general appearance. She's tighter at that shoulder today. She's more nearly level from hips to pins. And she also has the advantage in dairy strength, showing us substance of bone over this doe standing in 8. 8 is looking a little under the weather right now, but I do want to commend her for the curvature of that rear leg set that we're seeing on her. Thank you for bringing these does out. our yearling class, 1/2 today for her advantage in general appearance. We're seeing more power today. We're seeing more natural width between the hocks, more width into that escutcheon, more openness into the escutcheon, more width of loin, more width from thorough to thorough today over this doe standing in 2. 2 in her turn is placing over 3. First for her advantages in dairy strength. We're seeing more angulation, more openness, more length of neck today, more openness and angulation into that thigh, more height into the flank over this doe in 3. 3 in her turn is placing over 4 for her advantages in general appearance. She's stronger on those toes today. She's more nearly level from hips to pins. She's longer into that loin over this doe in 4. 4/5, it is first for her advantage in body capacity. We're seeing more width of chest today, more depth of barrel over this doe in 5, but we're also seeing a doe that's excelling in general appearance. She's more correct in that rear leg set being more perpendicular from hock to pastern, more incurving in the thigh over this doe standing in 5. 5/6, she's a more upstanding doe. She blends more smoothly from the neck into the withers. She's showing us in her turn more cleanliness of neck, more angulation and incurve in her turn into that thigh over this doe standing in, I believe it's 6. 6/7, it is for the width of body, the width between the hocks, the width from thorough to thorough, the width in the loin, as well as that width in chest today, the length of neck that we're seeing on her placing 6/7. 7/8, it is first for her advantage in general appearance. In that front end, we're seeing a doe that blends more smoothly from the neck into the wither. She's showing us more moderate strength of brisket today over this doe standing in 8. 8/9, it is in her turn for her advantage in general appearance. She's more nearly level across that top line, particularly in the area of the chine. She's longer from hips to pins. She's more naturally level from hips to pins. She's stronger in those feet, in that rear leg set in the pastern. She's tighter on the toes today over this doe standing in 9. 9/10, it is first for her advantage in the length of body we're seeing on her, the openness between the hocks, as well as the depth of barrel, placing 9/10. And then 10 over the remainder of the class. Some of it is length of bone, some of it is correctness of feet and legs, smoothness of blending throughout, placing 10 over the remainder. Thank you for bringing all of these animals out. lots of depth throughout the class, and I really enjoyed getting my hands on these animals. Starting off with our junior kid, a sharp, angular, open kid, standing on strong feet and legs, lots of length of bone pattern throughout. Really admire the smoothness of blending we're seeing on her. And again, just that levelness, but also the openness throughout. We have our intermediate kid, a doe, a really upstanding doe. Admire that levelness of the top line, the levelness of the rump we're seeing on her. We come up to our senior kid, a doe showing us a lot of dairy strength, the beautiful leanness of neck, but also keeping the substance of bone and showing us strong feet and legs as well. And finally, we come up to our yearling doe, a really powerful doe, a doe that just walks with a lot of width throughout, lots of ease of motion. And when you get your hands on her, you're feeling that dairy strength as well. Beautiful substance of bone on her today. I do think our competition for champion comes down to our oldest doe and our youngest doe today. But when you look at them, there's just a doe that's excelling in the power, the substance we're seeing today, the strength throughout, but also excelling in general appearance. She's beautiful on those feet and legs, and that is our yearling. She will be my grand champion junior alpine today. When you pull her out, the doe that stood second to her maybe didn't have quite the same depth of body, substance of body, but beautiful substance of bone on this doe as well. Beautiful feet and legs, and I do think it comes down to this second place yearling and our junior kid as well. And there certainly are some slight trade-offs between the two, but I do think there's a doe that has the advantage today in general appearance. She's showing us more moderate strength of brisket today. She's showing us more natural width between the hocks, a slight advantage into that feet and legs. And so I'm going to stick in that class. She will be my reserve grand champion. Thank you for bringing all of these lovely does out today. All right, this is our junior get of sire for our Alpine division, and one is going to place over two. For the consistency we're seeing in this trio in their strengths in those feet and legs, particularly the rear leg set, the consistency we're seeing in the body capacity and that depth of heart, and just their angulation throughout, placing 1 over 2. 2 over 3, in their turn, it is for their general length of body, the strength of the top lines we are seeing on these does, placing 2 over 3. Not to take anything away from their third place group, I do admire the depth of body we're seeing as a trio, and they should be commended for that. Thank you for bringing these animals out.
Thank you, Danielle. And in the groups, first place goes to Will Bachmeyer from Granville, North Dakota. Second place to Francis Lure from Hermosa, South Dakota. And third place to Brenda Leitner, Pittsboro, Indiana. Congratulations to these exhibitors. This concludes the Alpine Show. We will now start with the grades in the South Arena and the Sanins in the North Arena.
I think we'll see some after recorded grades.
Do you want to do it or do you want me to do it? I don't care.
We're now starting with the grades in the South Arena. Danielle Carli will be our judge for those grades. In the North Arena, we'll be doing Sanins, and Travis Cockburn from Johnston City, Illinois will be the judge for those.
All right, this is our Son and Junior show here. Two junior kids in the ring. There are a couple trade-offs here, but one's going to place over two today for that advantage that we see in general appearance. It is the advantage that she has when she's on the move. She's more nearly level across that top line, blends a little more smoothly from that loin into the rump when you get her on the move. And then in her turn, I think she's just showing me a little more width throughout today, a little more width in that loin, a little more width between her hocks as you watch her walk away. Takes nothing away from this really nice second place doe kid here. Really like the angulation that we see in her rear leg set, and we'll commend her for that.
All right, we're starting off our recorded grade class with our junior kids, and we're going to start with this doe to my right, a black alpine type doe, placing 1/2 for her advantage first in general appearance. We're seeing more length of loin, more width of loin, more cleanliness and strength of that top line, particularly in the area of the chine today, but we're also seeing more an upstandingness, more openness throughout. She's higher in that flank today over this doe standing in 2. 2/3, it is for her advantages in general appearance. She's higher at the withers than she is at the tips, or at the hips, excuse me. She's more nearly level from hips to pins today over this doe standing in 3. She also has the advantage in length of neck over this doe in 3. 3/4, it is first for her advantage in general appearance. She's stronger in those feet and legs with more natural width between the hocks. She's more perpendicular from hocks to pasterns today. She's straighter on those forelegs over this doe standing in 4. 4/5, it is first for her advantage in general appearance. She's more smoothly blended throughout. She's stronger into that front end assembly, particularly in the area of the shoulder. In dairy strength, we're seeing more length of neck, more angulation throughout. And then 5/6, it is for her advantage. First in the angulation to those ribs today, the space between the ribs, the flatness of bone, the substance of bone we're seeing over this doe standing in 6. Not to take anything away from this kid in 6, I do admire the length we're seeing from hips to pins on her. Thank you for bringing these animals out.
In Class 100 of the St. Anne's, first place went to Miss Hancock from Deming, Minnesota, and second place to Annika Streeter from Wildwood, Missouri. In the class of recorded grades just completed in the South Arena, first place went to Jonathan Good from Wakefield, Nebraska. Second place to Jenna Good from Wakefield, Nebraska. Third place to Jenna Good. Fourth place to Nikki Butzman from Harold, South Dakota. And Nikki also got fifth place in that class. Sixth place went to Van Wyck Acres from Haywarden, Iowa. Excuse me, we got some results to correct here. I'm sorry. The results from class 100 in the grades as corrected. First place went to Van Wyck Acres from Haywarden, Iowa. Second place to Nikki Butzman from Harold, South Dakota. Third place to Nikki Butzman from Harold, South Dakota. Fourth place to Jenna Good from Wakefield, Nebraska. Fifth place to Jonathan Good from Wakefield, Nebraska. And sixth place to Jenna Good from Wakefield, Nebraska. That's the results of Class 100 junior kids recorded grades.
clearance. There's more in that escutcheon today, more straightness into the toes over this doe in 2. 2 in her turn is placing over 3 for her advantages in general appearance. She's stronger on those rear feet and legs today. She's showing us more moderate strength of brisket and more ease of motion in that front end assembly today over this doe standing in 3. 3 over forward is for her advantage in dairy strength. She's more refined into that flank today. She's sharper and leaner into that neck. She's showing us more cleanliness into that thigh today, as well as in general appearance. She's more nearly level from hips to pins over this incredibly deep body doe standing in 4. It is for that depth of body force should be commended. Thank you for bringing these does out.
All right, intermediate kid class in our Sonnen division here. As we go up and down the line here, I think the most balanced doe we have at the front of the line. When we compare her to the doe standing behind her, she has an advantage in that area of the rump. She's a little wider from thurl to thurl. As you watch her walk around the ring, she also has a slight advantage in that front end assembly. Just a little more correct in those foreleg placement underneath those withers. And then in her turn, she's just a little tighter at that point of elbow. So for those reasons, 1 goes over 2, 2 going over 3 in her turn. Again, another close placing here as we kind of go back and forth. But when we get them on the move, I think this second doe just leads a little bit more with those forelegs. A little more extension to that brisket. It has that slight advantage in that front end assembly with 2 going over 3, 3 going over 4 in her turn. She grants a little bit in depth body, but it's that dairy strength that this doe has. She's a little cleaner in the throat, longer in the neck. She blends more smoothly from that neck into those shoulders and that dairy strength as we bring her back. So for those reasons, 3 goes over 4, 4 going over 5 in her turn. It's general appearance back. She's stronger in the area of the chine than what we're seeing in the doe standing in 5. 5 over 6, while she maybe doesn't have the length of body, it's that depth of body that she has. She's a little deeper in that chest floor, a little deeper and more spring of rib. Come back into that barrel with 5 going over 6. 6 then going over 7 in her turn. She also has that advantage of body capacity, just being a deeper body doe throughout. And then with 7 over 8 here, she's just a little more dairy, a little more open, a little more flat boned. a little more loose, pliable skin than the doe standing at the end of the line.
In Class 104, in the recorded grades, senior kids, first place went to Megan Okeson from Silver Lake, Kansas. Second place to Willa Hancock from Deming, New Mexico. And third place, Casey Prokniak from Gimmid, Minnesota.
All right, in this class of recorded grade kids, 1 is placing over 2 today for her advantage in general appearance. She's stronger in that pastern today. She's tighter into those toes. She walks with less motion into those shoulders today. She also has the advantage in dairy strength. We're seeing more cleanliness of neck, more cleanliness about the thigh, more refinement into the flank. She's sharper in the withers over this doe in 2. 2 in her turn is placing over 3 for her advantages in general appearance. She's more nearly level from hips to pins. She shows more width into those hocks, more cleanliness in the hocks, and toes more properly placed forward into those rear leg set over this really long-bodied doe standing in 3rd today. I do want to commend this doe in 3rd for that length of body we're seeing on her. Thank you for bringing these does out. A single entry in our junior champion, in our junior yearling division, well deserving of a first place blue ribbon today instead of that red, but a single entry well deserving of the first place, a doe that could definitely withstand some competition today. Really admire the dairy strength of this doe, the openness, the angulation that she has, the substance of bone we're seeing on her, and I look forward to seeing her back for selection of junior grand champion recorded grade. Thank you for bringing her out.
The single entry class in 106, class 106, junior yearlings, first place goes to Levi Campbell, Troy, Missouri.
Senior kid class, I'll stand right here because I know my reasons on these two while y'all are down there. 2 really nice does here, both of them. I'm going to go with 1 over 2. The slight advantage in general appearance, being a little longer over that top line, a little longer in the area of the back. And then when you look at the rump, she's longer from hips to pins, more nearly level from hips to pins. And the doe standing in 2. Really nice doe in 2. Really like the width we see between her hocks today. All right, as we had them on the move, again, we look here for very similar in style, really sharp, angular son and does, all strong on those feet and legs, really a lot of strength of pasterns that we see, our angulation of the rear leg sets with all of these does. I think for me, as I go up and down the line, when you look at the doe at rest and you get her on the move, really excels the group in general appearance with length, levelness over the top line, correctness in that front end assembly. The doe here that's tightest at the point of shoulder, tightest at that point of elbow when you get her on the move, appropriate amount of extension to that brisket. When you put your hands on her, she's really open in that ribbing. It shows me a tremendous amount of depth throughout. Dry yearling at the front is going to be my grand. She was a single entry, and I think that for me, the closest competition for this doe as I was going is actually the youngest kid here in the group. When you watch this doe walk away, tracks with more width between her hocks. She is stronger across that back than the two does standing in front of her, just being more nearly level for when she comes out of the withers into that back and then carries it out across that rump. So the junior kid at the end will be my reserve.
All right, this is our senior yearling recorded grade class, and we're going to start with this doe standing to my right, an experimental doe, excelling 1/2, this La Mancha type doe. First, in general appearance, she's a more upstanding doe. She's showing us more levelness from hips to pins today. She's more correct into that rear leg set, more curvature to that thigh, more perpendicularness from hock to pasterns today, showing us more moderate strength of brisket as well as in body capacity. We're seeing more depth of barrel today, more spring of rib over this doe standing in 2. 2 in her turn is placing over 3. For her advantages, first in length of body, we're seeing more length in that loin, more length from hips to pins. We're seeing more height into that escutcheon today, more length of neck over this doe standing in 3. 3/4 is first for her advantages in dairy strength. We're seeing a doe that's showing us freedom from excess fleshing today. She's cleaner about that thigh. She's more angular and incurving into that thigh today. She's slightly cleaner into that neck, as well as when she tracks around the ring, she's higher at those withers than the hips than this doe standing at 4. And then 4/5, it is first for her advantage in body capacity. We're seeing more width of chest, more depth of barrel today. We're also seeing a doe that's more smoothly blended from the neck into the withers over this La Mancha type doe standing in 5th. Not to take anything away from this doe in 5th, I do admire that rear leg set that we're seeing on her, and she should be commended for that. Thank you for bringing these does out.
In the Seinen show just completed, our champion doe is owned by Dina Andreessen from Leon, Iowa. Her doe is called Meadow Hill MHPP Gamble. Reserve champion was owned by Miss Hancock from Deming, New Mexico. Reserve champions owned by Miss Hancock from Deming, New Mexico.
All right, this is our lineup for our recorded grade junior champion, starting with this junior kid standing to my left, a really powerful kid. Really admire the substance and body capacity we're seeing on this kid, particularly in regards to her age today, but just also the angulation that we're seeing on her as well. We have our intermediate kid, a really long-bodied doe standing on strong feet and legs. Admire the levelness of top line we're seeing on her, the strength in that rear leg set. We come up to our senior kid, a doe excelling in just the smoothest of blending, the angulation throughout on her, the levelness of that rump from hips to pins. We come up to our junior yearling, a deep-bodied doe, lots of length on her, length from hips to pins, length in loin, length of neck, standing on strong feet and legs today. And then finally, we come up to our yearling class, and we have a really powerful doe. I really admire the substance of bone we're seeing on her, the smoothness of blending throughout, but then also just the ease of motion as she tracks around the ring. And for those reasons today, the strength of the feet and legs, the balance that we're seeing in all three areas of the junior scorecard, she will be my grand champion recorded grade junior doe today. When you pull her out, the doe that stood second to her, another strong individual animal, really admire the general appearance that she has. Maybe not quite the same openness into the escutcheon, not quite the same levelness of top line, but a strong doe. And I do think it comes down to the second place yearling, senior yearling, and then this intermediate kid today. And there certainly are some trade-offs on these does, but I do think there's a doe that's excelling in the general appearance, the more moderate strength of brisket. She's slightly cleaner and freer from excess flushing. She's showing us a more length of neck. She's sharper at the withers, and that is our intermediate kid. She will be my reserve grand champion today. Thank you for bringing out these beautiful recorded grade does. All right, we're starting off our Son and Breed with this junior class, and one is placing over two today for her advantages in general appearance. On the move, she's more smoothly blended into that shoulder today. She's showing us more moderate strength of brisket. She's cleaner about the hocks today, more nearly level from hips to pins over this doe standing in 2. She will yield to the length of neck that we are seeing on 2, and for that length of neck, 2 should be commended. Thank you for bringing these 2 out.
When you breathe. In general appearance, it's a strength of feet and legs, angulation from the hock, a little more perpendicular hock to pastern as you look at this doe, and then that slight advantage in front end assembly with those forelegs being placed more properly under the withers with that appropriate extension on the brisket with 3 going over 4. 4 going over 5, and her turn it is dairy strength. When you put your hands on these 2, this doe in 4, she's just so much more open in that ribbing than the doe that we're seeing standing behind her. She's a little more flat boned, so it is that dairy strength that carries 4 over 5. 5 over 6 in her turn close placing, but it is general appearance top line, the back. She blends more smoothly from that neck into her withers, and then she's stronger in the area of the chine than what we're seeing with the doe at the end of the line here. But do want to commend the doe at the end of the line for that strength that we see in her pasterns today.
In class number 100 Sanins, the corrected results are first place to Miss Hancock from Deming, New Mexico. Second place to Annika Streeter from Wildwood, Missouri. In the recorded grades just committed here in the South Arena, first place went to the Van Wyck Acres of Haywarden, Iowa. Second to Nikki Butzman from Harold, South Dakota. Third place to Jenna Good from Wakefield, Nebraska. Fourth place to Jonathan Good from Wakefield, Nebraska. Fifth place, Nikki Butzman from Harold, South Dakota. And sixth place to Jenna Good from Wakefield, Nebraska. That's results of Class 100 junior kids here.
An intermediate kid class, and we're going to start this class with this doe standing to my right, 1/2. First, for her advantage in general appearance, she's a more upstanding doe as she tracks around the ring. She's stronger in that top line, particularly in the area of the chine, and she's also more nearly level from hips to pin. She's stronger in that rear leg set, being more perpendicular from hocks to pasterns over this doe in 2. 2 in her turn is placing over this doe in 3 for her advantages in dairy strength. We're seeing more substance of bone today, more openness between the ribs. She's showing us more sharpness and prominence of the withers today over this doe standing in 3. 3/4 is for her advantage in body capacity, the depth of that heart girth, the depth in the barrel, as well as the levelness of that rump from hips to pins, the strength in that those back legs over this doe standing in 4. 4/5, it is for her advantage in general appearance. In that front end assembly on the move, we're seeing a doe that's tighter in that shoulder at the point of shoulder today, more ease of motion, freer, showing us less motion in those crops today over this doe standing in 5. She's also stronger on those pasterns than this doe in 5. 5/6, it is for her advantage in general appearance. She's longer from hips to pins today. She's wider from thorough to thorough. She's showing us more length of body throughout. She's showing us more correctness into that neck today over this doe standing in 6. And 6/7, it is first for her advantage in general appearance, more nearly level into that rump today. She tracks with more ease of motion, and she's straighter on those rear legs with more width between the hocks. She's showing us more depth of barrel, more moderate strength of brisket over this doe standing here in, I believe it was 6th or 7th. 7, not to take anything away from the 7th place duo, I do admire the straightness of those forelegs when you view them from the side. Thank you for bringing all of these does out.
Our recorded grade intermediate class, really deep class here throughout. I mean, this is kind of one of those classes that you can go a bunch of different ways, but as I see it here today, one's going to go over 2. The advantage here is in general appearance. She's just a little smoother across the top line. While she's on the move, she's more level in the area of the chine than the doe standing behind her. And then at rest and on the move, she levels out a little more correctly in that rump, being more nearly level from hips to pins. As you watch her walk away, slight advantage in feet and legs, tracking more width between her hocks, and she's more rounded and open up into the escutcheon. For those reasons, 1 goes over 2. 2/3 in her turn, again, close placing as we kind of go back and forth with them here. But in her turn, she's just showing me more substance of bone throughout, more depth throughout. But when you look at that dairy strength that comes with it, just that depth and substance that she has is going to place 2/3. 3/4 in her turn. Again, really close placing here as I kind of went back and forth with these 2. But the advantage that I came to was the advantage in dairy strength in her turn. When you put your hands on her, she has a little flatter bone, a little more open in that ribbing, that loose pliable skin. That was the big difference between 3 and 4. But I do like the feet and legs on this 4th place doe. Really like that angulation and that set to the rear legs. Commend her for that.
All right, this is our Sonnen Senior Kid class. Starting with this doe here to my right, 1/2 today for her advantages. First, in general appearance, she's longer into that loin today. She's longer from hips to pins. She's wider from thorough to thorough today. She tracks with more ease of motion between the hocks, and she's tighter into those toes than this doe standing in 2. We're also seeing an advantage in dairy strength. We're seeing more substance of bone, more angulation throughout over this doe in 2. Not to take anything away from this doe standing in 2nd, I do admire the smoothness of blending that we're seeing from her neck into the withers. Thank you for bringing these animals out. A single entry in our dry yearling class, a doe well deserving of a first place, and an animal that could have stood some decent competition, some serious competition today, and still probably walked away with that first place ribbon. Really admire the upstandingness of this doe, the ease of motion as she tracks around the ring, the strength in those feet and legs that we're seeing on her, and again, well deserving of a first place. We look forward to seeing her back for selection of champion.
In the Saint and Goat Show, Class 102, the results were first place to Josh Campbell, Breckenridge, Missouri. Second place, Josh Campbell, Breckenridge, Missouri. Third place, Dina Andreessen, Leon, Iowa. Fourth place to Annika Streeter, Wildwood, Missouri. Fifth place to Julie Anderson. Sixth place to Dina Andreessen from Leon, Iowa. Seventh place to Annika Streeter of Wildwood, Colorado. That's results of 102. Class 104, first and second place both went to Annika Streeter from Wildwood, Missouri. We are now selecting our junior yearling champion, St. and U, Doe.
All right, for our selection of Grand Champion Junior Saanen today, we have 4 really strong representations of the breed. We have our junior kid, a really level kid. Admire that levelness across the top line that we're seeing from her, the length of hips to pins that she has as well, and just the general body capacity and substance of bone. We have our intermediate kid, a long-bodied kid. She's sharp, she's open, she's angular. Really admire the beautiful length of neck that she has as well. Then we come up to our senior kid, another strong doe, level in that top line, long length from hips to pins on her, strong strength in those 4 feet and legs today. And finally, we have our dry yearling, a single entry in our dry yearling class, but a doe that's excelling in general appearance, the strength in the feet and legs, the ease of motion as she tracks around the ring, the smoothness of blending throughout. I do think it comes down to our yearling and our intermediate kid today. And there certainly are some trade-offs, but I do think there's just a doe who's excelling in the power, the substance of bone, more levelness into that rump today, and that is our yearling. She will be my grand champion junior Saanen doe today. As she was a single entry, I do think it comes down to our intermediate kid and our junior kid for our reserve grand champion. And there certainly are some trade-offs between the two of them. I will say that our junior kid probably has more levelness of rump today, but we're seeing more length of body on this intermediate kid. We're seeing a slight advantage in the straightness of the forelegs, more length of neck, more cleanliness of neck, more angulation into that rear leg set, so she will be our reserve junior champion. Thank you for bringing all of these does out.
Owned by Dina Andreessen from Leon, Iowa. Her doe's name is Meadow Hill MHPP Gamble. Reserve champion is owned by Josh Campbell from Breckenridge, Missouri. His doe is owned Pancreas X Teddy. She comes from the intermediate class.
recorded grade dry yearling class here. There's some trade-offs up and down this line. I wish a few of them maybe hadn't spent as much time at the hay feeder as what they have, but they're here right now. I think as we sort through this class, the doe that really excels the group in dairy strength, when you look at her, is this doe here at the front of the line. She's long, she's lean in that neck. When you put your hands on her, she is the most open in the ribbing. And even as she stands here right now, you can see that cleanliness back into the flank, so that dairy strength. And then general appearance, she has the advantage in general appearance being more smoothly blended from those withers into the back as she carries it across. So for those reasons, 1 goes over 2. 2 over 3 in her turn. She grants a little bit of length of body to the doe standing behind her, but it's that correctness in the front end assembly. She's a little tighter at that point of shoulder. She's a little sharper at that point of shoulder, tighter at the point of elbow as we get a little more depth in that front end. So slight advantage in general appearance with 2 going over 3. 3 over 4 in her turn. Big advantage here in body capacity, just so much more depth back into that barrel. She's showing me so much more spring as it comes back into that barrel with 3 going over 4. 4 over 5 in her turn, feet and legs here. She's just standing on stronger pasterns today, in particular those rear pasterns. As you get her on the move, she's just stronger. And those feet and legs, high point category for those reasons. But I really do love the top line on this doe standing here in 5th. So first and second place does into the ring.
We're now selecting the champion recorded grade here in the South Arena. Our judge is Travis Cockburn from Johnson City, Illinois, and he'll be making his selections at this time.
All right, championship lineup here for recorded grades. So some really nice animals up and down. I like this Alpine type doe standing at the end of the line here in our junior kid class. Really strong in that front end assembly. A lot of extension of that brisket, angulation, depth, turn, width between her hocks. It's really dairy stylish style kid here than our senior kid class. She's upstanding, really tall at those withers. You get her on the moves, taller at the withers than she has the hips. Tracks in her turn, a lot of width between her hocks, strong on those feet and legs. This junior yearling, the first that we've seen today, just appreciate the length of body that we see in this doe. She's long over that top line and really long in that rump when you look at that length from hips to pins, angulation in that rear leg set. Beautiful front end assembly, and then this powerful doe that's standing here at the front of the line. That just really square on those feet and legs. As you look at her, she's straight on those forelegs, angulated on those rear legs, level over that top line, and just a tremendous amount of depth of body in this doe. When you look at that depth in that front end, she's a really wide in that heart girth, a lot of depth coming back into the barrel. For me, the dry yearling at the front of the line, pretty easy choice here for my grand today. We'll pull her out. We pull in that second place La Mancha type doe. And while I like this doe, I think she's just carrying a little more of the weight that I talked about in that last class than some of the does that are standing behind her. And as we come in now, really the competition comes down to the senior kid and this junior yearling. As we look at them, I think they're 2 very similar in style, both really long-bodied does, both really strong on those feet and legs. But for that advantage in the front end assembly, the sharpness, the tightness at the point of shoulder, tightness at the point of elbow, appropriate extension of the brisket, the first junior yearling I've seen today is going to be my reserve.
In the recorded grade show, our champion doe is owned by Megan Okeson from Silver Lake, Kansas. That doe is the Agro TW Alhambra Saloon. And the reserve is owned by Levi Campbell from Troy, Missouri on Pancreas Parsnip. That's the results of your recorded grade show.
Fun class of Nubians. There's one out here that likes to talk an awful lot at the end of the line. Haven't noticed that. But as we go up and down this line, I mean, really a deep lineup here with the Nubians as we look at these. As I kind of go through them here, I've got some trade-offs. I think the most balanced when we look at correctness in depth of body for age in terms of where they're at, along with the general appearance that I want to see in the Nubians with that strength of top line, that smoothness of blending throughout. This doe here at the front of the line really excels this group. It is that advantage that she has in general appearance. She's strongest in that front end assembly. Those forelegs placed properly under the withers. She's tight at the point of shoulder, tight at the point of elbow, that appropriate amount of an extension to that brisket. So that advantage that we have in general appearance, coupled with the depth of body and that body capacity that we see in our first place doe over our second place doe. This second place doe, I just love the style of this doe, that sharpness, the angularity. She is an extremely dairy doe. When you put your hands on this doe, one of the most open does out here with that flatness of bone, that openness of ribbing, that loose, pliable skin. You stand here and look at her inside profile. She has that long, lean neck, that smoothness of blending that comes through. All of those angles where you want to see them, so that dairy strength carries 2 over 3. 3 over 4 in her turn. She has the advantage here in dairy strength, but this is the substance of bone in the dairy strength. When we compare these two, she just so much more substance as we look at her, shows that will to milk. And then you look at the general appearance, she's a little stronger in that front end assembly, a little more extension of the brisket. She has more width in that front end assembly as we compare our third place doe to our fourth place doe. 4 over 5 in her turn, close placing. She gives up some length of body to that doe that is standing behind her. But really, it is that general appearance and that smoothness of blending from the neck into those withers. I think she's just a little bit stronger there, and then in her turn carries it out across that top line a little more correctly when we compare 4 over 5. 5 over 6 in her turn. We look at these advantage here as general appearance, strength of feet and legs. She's stronger on her rear pasterns, a little straighter on those forelegs, placed more appropriately underneath those withers than what we're seeing in our sixth place doe. 6 standing over 7. In her turn, just slightly more angulated in that rear leg set. Really like side profile. Long, lean, really sharp with those angles that place a 6 over 7. 7 then going over 8 general appearance. She's stronger in the top line. She's stronger in that area of the chine. As we look at her and you get her on the move, she has less tendency to dip in that area of the chine. So that advantage that we have in back goes 7 over 8. 8 going over 9. The advantage here is in body capacitor. She's deeper in the barrel, wider and deeper in that chest floor. And for those reasons, she carries over the doe standing here at the end of the line. The most vocal doe out here, but also really do want to commend her. She is pretty strong on those pasterns and commend her for that today.
Class 102 has just now been completed.
All right, single entry here in our intermediate kid class. Again, we take a look down here. Really sharp. She's angular, long. She's leaning that neck. You put your hands on her. She's really open. She's dairy. Shows me a lot of depth throughout. She could use a little bit of competition out here, but she's going to be my blue ribbon winner in this class, and we'll get her back over with her friends. Hold this for me so we don't chase it down now. It's on, so don't talk about anything.
No, try not to. When you got, you only have one. Gotcha.
We'll see her back out here in just a bit, the championship lineup. that she has when you look at the dairyness that really shines through with those dairy triangles that we want to see. And so for those reasons, 1 goes over 2. 2 then going over 3, the advantage here in dairy strength. She just show much more substance of bone, that depth back into the barrel, that openness in the ribbing, that cleanliness throughout. For those reasons, 2 goes over 3. 3 going over 4 in her turn. The advantage here is general appearance, strength in back. She's stronger in the chine, blends a little bit more correctly from that chine into the loin, carries it out a little more level as you get her on the move with 3 going over 4. Going over 5 in her turn. She's a deeper bodied doe in her turn when you look that depth in the chest for that increasing width back into the barrel. But she also has an advantage in her turn in general appearance and feet and legs, being more properly angulated on the rear set. She's a little stronger on those pasterns, and in particular the 4 pasterns. And then 5 over 6 in her turn. As you look at her, I think she's just sharper. She's more angular, more level across. And then as you look at that general appearance, feet and legs in her turn, rear leg set, she's more perpendicular hock to pastern in that rear leg set, and so much stronger on her rear pasterns when we compare her to the doe standing here at the end of the line. So first and second place does in the ring.
Owned by Elizabeth Mitch, is that right? From Augusta, Kansas, on Saheli, KS Crystal and Sugar. Second place, owned by Van Wyck Acres from Haywarden, Iowa. We'll start our second go around here in just a moment. The exhibitors, please return to the pens, and we'll start the sable show.
And for Sables, three nice dry yearlings here. One's going to go over to the advantage here in general appearance. She's just stronger in that top line. She blends more smoothly from those withers into her chine, then carries it out. She's a little longer in that rump from hips to pins. As you look at her, she also has that advantage in the front end assembly, just a little tighter at the point of elbow than what we're seeing in her second place doe. Two, then going over three. She has an advantage here in body capacity, just being a little deeper, more substance, and that depth really back into the barrel when you compare our second place doe over our third place doe. Really nice doe here at the end of the line, though. Really like the angulation to her rear leg set. So we'll pull those two and grab that kid that's already gotten herself out. Here. And these two does here at the front of the line. Two again, really competitive does, both showing me a tremendous amount of depth when you look at them. But as we compare our dry yearling at the front of the line to this junior kid here standing behind her, we see a doe that's a little stronger on those feet and legs at the front of the line, a little stronger on those four pasterns, a little longer over the top line, longer, more level in that area of the rump. So for me, my grand champion is going to be the dry yearling at the front of the line. We pull in that second place dry yearling in that class, and while I think it does tighten up some for me here when we compare these two, I just really appreciate the length of the body, the sharpness, the angularity in the front end assembly with this doe here. It was second in her class. I'm going to stay in the same class. She's going to be my reserve.
We are going to go to this doe to my right that pretty easily wins the class just for her ease of motion, 1/2 for her ease of motion, as well as the tightness in that foreleg today, the length that she's showing from hips to pins, the natural width between the hocks, placing 1/2. 2/3, it is first for her advantage in her top line. The length of loin that we're seeing on her, the width of loin, coupled with the strength in the feet and legs, the curvature or the incurvingness of the thigh, the slight advantage in the length of neck that we're seeing, placing 1 or 2/3. 3/4 in her turn is for her strengths in top line, particularly in the area of the chine, as well as the levelness from hips to pins today, placing 3/4. 4/5, it is for her advantage in the body capacity, the depth of chest, width of chest, the depth of barrel today, as well as just showing us a more moderate strength of brisket, slight advantage in the straightness of those rear legs today over this doe standing, I believe, in 5 or 5. 5/6. Very similar set of doe kids here, but more length of neck, more length of body, more levelness of rumps from hips to pins, slight advantage in that rear leg set, placing this doe 5/6. 6/7, it is for her advantage in dairy strength. The length of neck that we're seeing on her, the angulation and openness throughout, the more correctness into that front end assembly, coupled with the advantage in breed characteristics, the length of ears, the Roman nose that we are seeing, placing 6/7. 7/8, it is for her advantage first in the feet and legs, the strength of those back pasterns today, coupled with the levelness from hips to pins. And then 8/9, it is for her advantage in that front end assembly, the ease of motion as she tracks around the ring, the tightness at that shoulder today, just a general advantage in the movement that we're seeing on her, coupled with more width from thorough to thorough over this doe standing here. I believe it was 8th. A long-bodied doe, she should be commended for that length of body. Thank you. Entry in our intermediate Nubian division, a doe well deserving of a first place. Really admire the length of neck we're seeing on her, the length of body that she has, the length that she's showing from hips to pins as well. An animal that definitely could have withstood some competition today. We look forward to seeing her back for selection of champion.
In Class 100, completed earlier, first place went to Elizabeth Mitch from Augusta, Kansas. Second place to Cole Meter from Lincoln, Nebraska. Third place to Cole Meter from Lincoln, Nebraska. Fourth place, Augusta, Kansas. Fifth place to Elizabeth Mitch, Augusta, Kansas. Sixth place, Elizabeth Mitch, Augusta, Kansas. Seventh place to Julie Johnson from Douglas, Wyoming. Julie was also 8th and 9th in that class. That was from Class 100. In Class 102, first place went to Julie Johnson, and we now have the results from Class 104.
A single entry in our senior kid class, a doe well deserving of a first place and a blue ribbon. Really admire the dairy strength of this doe, the substance of bone, the openness and angulation. When you get your hands on her, the pliability and the texture of that skin, the beautiful length of neck that we're seeing on her. We look forward to seeing her back for selection of champion.
In that single entry class, the first place was awarded to Van Wyck Acres from Haywarden, Iowa. We're now ready for class 108, the senior yearlings.
All right, this is our class of dry yearling Nubian does and a really strong class of animals today. I want to start with this doe standing here to my right, 1/2. First, for her advantage in general appearance. She's a more upstanding doe as she tracks around the ring. She's longer into that loin today, but she also has the advantage in dairy strength. We're seeing more sharpness at the withers, more length of neck today, more angulation and incurvingness into that thigh over this doe standing in 2. 2/3, it is in her turn for her advantage in general appearance. As she walks around the ring, she's higher at the withers than the hips. She tracks with more width between the hocks today over this doe standing in 3. 3/4, it is first for her body capacity, the depth of heart girth, the depth we're seeing at that heart girth, the depth we're seeing in the barrel, the width between the ribs, coupled with more natural levelness from hips to pins today over this doe standing in 4. 4/5, it is for her advantage in the you're fine. You're fine. In the general length of body today, the length of the loin, the strength in the length of the loin, the natural length of body throughout, placing 4/5. And then 5/6, it is for her advantage in the rump. She's wider from throw to throw. She's straighter on those rear legs today. She's longer into that neck today over this deep-bodied doe standing here in 5. It's for that depth of body coupled with the strength of the forelegs. I would like to command this doe, in 5 or 6. Thank you. Oh, yeah, keep it. Yeah.
We're now selecting our junior champion doe here in the Nubian show, here in the North Arena.
All right, this is our lineup for our selection of junior grand champions, starting with my junior kid, a really long-bodied, sharp, angular kid, really excelling in dairy strength. I just admire the length of neck, the sharpness at the withers, the angulation and openness throughout. We have our intermediate kid, another long-bodied kid, really level into that rump from hips to pins. She's showing us a beautiful smoothness of blending from the neck into the withers today as well. We have our senior kid, a deep kid. I do admire that depth of barrel she has, but also the length we're seeing from hips to pins today, the strength that we're seeing on those legs. And finally, we come up to our yearling, a really well-balanced yearling, a doe showing us tremendous strength and power, beautiful dairy strength, while also keeping that general appearance, the ease of motion as she walks around the ring, but then the body capacity as well, that depth of chest, width of chest, depth of barrel. I do think for our selection of junior grand champion, it comes down to our youngest and our oldest kid today, but for her advantage in, first of all, the general appearance, the levelness of the top line today, but the substance of bone that we are seeing on her, the body capacity, I am going to go to our yearling. She will be my grand champion today. I do think for our selection of reserve junior champion, it is between this junior kid and this second place yearling. And there certainly are some trade-offs between the two. But I am going to go to our junior kid today just for her advantage in general appearance, the top line that we're seeing on her, the dairy strength, the cleanliness throughout, the openness and angulation. She will be my reserve junior champion. Thank you for bringing these animals out. have withstood some competition today. Really admire the consistency we're seeing in rump, the consistency we're seeing in the openness in this escutcheon, and then also the consistency we're seeing in dairy strength. Again, well deserving of a first place. Thank you for bringing them out.
In the junior get it class, we had a first place group shown by Elizabeth Mitch from Augusta, Kansas. Now we're entering the north ring. Will be class 100 in the Nigerian dwarfs. Should have 10 entries in this class.
right, in this class of Toggenburg kids, 1 is placing over 2 today for her advantage in general appearance. She's stronger on those rear legs today. She's also showing us more moderate strength of brisket over this doe in 2. Not to take anything away from this doe in 2, I do admire the levelness of top line that she has today, and she should be commended. Thank you for bringing them out.
In Class 104, just completed in the Togenbergs, we have a first and second place to Casey Prochniak from Gibbon, Minnesota. First and second in that class.
All right, junior kid class in our Nigerian division here today. Doe here at the front of the line really balances out the scorecard. I think the best here when you look at the depth of body that she has, the openness when you look throughout. She really excels in general appearance. You get her on the move, levels out extremely well, walking on a set of strong feet and legs, opens with most openness up in that escutcheon. When you look at her, she has a lot of depth of body in that chest floor, that increasing width that we want to see back into that barrel. 1 goes over 2. 2 goes over 3 in her turn. We have an advantage here in the dairy strength. She's longer about the neck. She blends a little bit more smoothly, a little more open in that ribbing with 2 going over 3. 3 going over 4. She's not showing it right now, but you get her set up, holds that head up high, really levels out across that top line. She blends well from that neck into her back, or neck into the withers, and then those withers into the back. Really a little stronger in that area of the chime. This doe standing in 4. Just really appreciate correctness of feet legs that we see here, that incurvingness from the pin bone down to the hock, and her turn tracks with a tremendous amount of width. I think this is one of those does as she continues to fill out will definitely mature extremely well. As you put your hands on her, she's really open in that ribbing. Really picks up a lot of dairy strength points as you look at our 4th place doe. 5 then going over 6 in her turn, close placing here between these 2. But I just felt we were a little more width between the hocks, a little more width in that front end assembly. She does walk with her head just a little higher. She holds those withers a little bit higher with that uphill stature that we get. So for those reasons, 5 goes over 6. 6 over 7 in her turn, the advantage was legs. She's a little stronger on those rear pasterns, a little more angulated on that rear leg set, with 6 going over 7. 7 over 8 in her turn, body capacity, just such a more depth of body throughout. This doe, youngest doe that's out here that stands at the end of the line, she just really needs to continue to fill in, but she is really dairy, like that loose, pliable skin that we see with her today.
the rear legs today with more width between the hocks, more natural width between the hocks. She's more nearly level from thorough to thorough today. She also has the advantage in body capacity. We're just seeing more depth to this doe over this doe in 4. 4 in her turn is placing over 5 for her advantages in general appearance. She's straighter on those rear legs with toes more properly placed forward. She's more nearly level into that rump today. She also has the advantage in body capacity, showing us more width of chest today over this doe standing in 5. And 5 over 6, it is first for her advantage in dairy strength, the length of body we're seeing, but then also in her turn, the openness into the escutcheon, the width between the hocks over this doe standing in 6. Not to take anything away from this doe in 6, I do want to commend her for the angulation of those ribs that we're seeing on her. Thank you for bringing these animals out.
Fourth, yep. Second one was third.
Strength of that top line, the strength in the feet and legs we're seeing on her, and the smoothness of blending throughout. A really strong kid as a representation of the junior class. We have our intermediate kid, a doe, showing us a lot of lovely length of bone pattern. She's strong on those front legs, showing us moderate strength of brisket, excelling in dairy strength, a beautiful long lean neck, lots of pliability of skin on this kid standing here in our intermediate class. We have our senior kid, a doe who's strong on her feet and legs today. Beautiful curve to that thigh that we're seeing on her. She's an upstanding open animal. And then finally, we come up to our yearling tog, a doe excelling in those feet in general appearance, the feet and legs. We're seeing a lot of power and strength while still being a dairy animal, lots of openness and angulation, coupled with a lot of body capacity, width of chest, width into that heart, or depth into that heart girth today. I do think for our grand champion, it will go to our yearling doe, just for her advantage in that substance of bone that we're seeing, while still maintaining that femininity, the strength of general appearance, and the body capacity. She will be our grand champion doe. We pull her out, and the doe that stood second to her, another strong doe in her own right, maybe didn't quite have the same depth of chest that we did, the same, quite the same strengths in that rear leg set, but I do think it stays between this class and our intermediate kid today. But when you compare the two of them, there is a doe that's just cleaner about the hocks today. She's showing us more length throughout. She's showing us advantage in the substance of bone, but also the depth and width of that chest floor, and that is our tog, or our second place yearling. She will be our reserve grand champion tog. Thank you.
In the Toggenburg show just completed, the champion doe is owned by Harmony Pines from Nunn, Colorado. They also own the reserve champion. Congratulations to Harmony Pines. In Class 100, the junior kids, Nigerian dwarfs, First went to Samantha McLean at Fort Collins, Colorado. Second to Clary Burling from Fort Collins, Colorado. Third to Sarah Cleveland from Beaver Crossing, Nebraska. Fourth to Samantha McLean from Fort Collins, Colorado. Fifth to Lori Stutz from LaPorte, Colorado. Sixth place to Sarah Cleveland from Beaver Crossing, Nebraska. Seventh place, Lori Stutz from LaPorte, Colorado. And eighth place to Shannon Allman from Wood River, Nebraska. That's results from Class 100, the first class of Nigerian dwarfs.
Intermediate kid class here in Nigerians. Again, really nice group of does up and down the line. Really appreciate the sharp and singularity really from the top to the bottom here. A few trade-offs as we go through them. I think the two does that show me the most width are these two here at the front of the line. And as we compare one over two, the advantages in general appearance, she's stronger in that area of the back. She's stronger in the chime. As you get her on the move, she levels out a little more correctly from that loin into the rump. And then in her turn, just a little wider from thurl to thurl. So general appearance places 1 over 2. 2 over 3 in her turn. Again, really close placing as we take a look at these two. I just liked the rear leg set when she was on the move, just a little bit better with our second place doe over third place doe. A little more angulated on that rear leg set, tracks with a little more openness and width up into that escutcheon with 2 going over 3. 3 over 4 in her turn. As we compare, and she's open in that ribbing. She's really dairy. We'll see her back out in the championship lineup shortly. Are those coming? They're dry yearlings? down the lineup here as you look at them. My placings with 1/2 today. The advantage is in general appearance, and it's in really when you get these does on the move that the difference shines. My doe here at the front of the line has that advantage in the back. She just blends more smoothly from her loin into her rump when you get her on the move. It just levels out more correctly. Tracks with a little more correctness in that rear leg set as you watch her walking away, just with a little more openness. So it's general appearance that goes 1/2, 2/3 in her turn. Really love the length of body on this doe, but then in her turn, when you look at that smoothness of blending, she blends better from her neck into her withers as she carries it across, and then in the area of the rump, she's just longer from hips to pins. She's a little more correct in her rear leg set as you compare her, and then a little straighter on those forelegs, placing 2/3, 3/4 in her turn. Big advantage here in body capacity, just seeing so much more depth in the chest, increasing width back into the barrel. She tracks with a lot of width between her hocks, and it is that depth of body that places 3/4, 4/5 in her turn. Dairy strength, a really open rib doe here, a lot of loose pliable skin when you get your hands on her. And this doe here at the end of the line has not stood still yet. So when we do get them on the move, I like the way that this doe holds her head, walks around the ring with that dairy strength. So thanks.
Now entering the ring is Class 108, senior yearlings, Nigerian dwarfs. And in the last class, 106, first place to Clary Berlin, Fort Collins, Colorado. Third place to Jill Womble, Ray, Colorado. Fourth place to Cameron Branson, Fairbury, Nebraska. And fifth place to Cameron Branson, Fairbury, Nebraska.
Again, close placing here as I kind of went back and forth with these two. She grants in length of body, but it is that depth of body that makes the difference here. Body capacity, she's just deeper into that chest, deeper back into the barrel with 8 going over 9. 9 over the remainder of the class here. It became an issue of feet and legs and conditioning as we came down, and we lost them some. So we're going to wrap it up here and catch the loose goat so y'all can be dismissed. And I need first and second place animals in the ring. In division. A really nice junior kid here, a lot of depth of body with this doe kid, tremendous amount of width throughout, really open dairy doe. Our intermediate kid, love the length of body, correctness on those feet and legs. Beautiful rear leg set when viewed from behind and in the side. We had a single entry in that senior kid division, and again, just a really long-bodied doe. As you look at her and you watch her walk around the ring, really long, level over that top line. Junior yearling here, tremendous amount of depth with this doe, correct on those feet and legs. She gets on the move, levels out extremely well. And then that dry yearling that out of that big class we had, just super dairy, super open throughout. And as I go up and down the line here, I think the doe that for me gets closest to the scorecard when we look at depth, we look at the correctness in general appearance for those feet and legs, levelness over the top line, really strong in that front end assembly. And then one of the most dairy does out here showing us a tremendous amount of substance of bone, junior yearling, is going to be my grand. We bring in that second place junior yearling. in that class, and she still fits in extremely well in this lineup as we kind of go up and down the line here. I think for me now that the competition rests here in the middle with the three goats between my intermediate, my senior kid, and that junior yearling. And as I kind of sort through them and make that final determination here, I think the doe that's going to get closest to my champion of the day with the depth, the angulation, the dairy strength, that Lincoln neck, I'm going to stay in the same class, intermediate, or the junior yearling is going to be my reserve. class that we have here. Cameron, if you're watching, everyone is wondering today what Cabo is doing today. So we are discussing a really nice pair, though, in the Cabo class here of intermediate kids. Two really strong general appearance does when you look at them. As we compare 1 over 2, though, the advantage here is in that depth of body. When you look, she's deeper in that chest force. She's deeper and wider back into that barrel. Just gives more depth throughout as she tracks away. She tracks with just a little bit more width between those hocks. But two really outstanding does, two beautiful does. It is that body capacity and depth of body that makes the difference with these two as we compare them. So 1 over 2. Again, really nice pair of does here. Just appreciate the length of body on both of them. But one is going to place over 2 today for that advantage that she has in general appearance. I think she's more smoothly blended in that back. She's a little smoothly blended from that loin end of the rump. And then when you look at feet and legs, she's standing on stronger rear legs, more angulated in those rear legs, and also a little stronger on those rear pasterns as we compare 1 over 2. But I do appreciate the width in that front end assembly that we're seeing in her second place doe.
In Class 104, senior kids for the Toggenburg Show, Casey Proknick from Gibbon, Minnesota owned both entries. First place went to Cantor Vine H.J.D. Razzle.
dry yearling class here in our free Cabo Tog class. Boy, everybody has it now. Let me have one for just a minute. Here you go, Cameron. This is what we're all talking about right here. All right, dry yearling class in our dog division here. Three nice ones that we kind of went back and forth with here. I think Cut was in the middle here when I was going through them, but I think the most balanced doe is this doe at the front of the line. While she grants a little bit of length of body to the doe standing behind her, it is the depth of body with this doe in first that has her there. When you look at that depth of body and that depth that we see in the chest for that increasing width back into the barrel, you get her on the move. I think she just is a little stronger across her back. She's a little stronger on those feet and legs. So for those reasons, 1 goes over 2. 2 over 3 in her turn. It is that length of body that gives her that advantage. She's longer in that area of the rump from hips to pins, longer over that top line. And for those reasons, 2 goes over 3. 3 over 4 in her turn. Love the depth of body again with this doe here that we see really deep in that chest for that increasing width back into the barrel. She has the strength in feet and legs, and it is that advantage in depth of body and feet and legs that places 3 over 4. 4 over 5 in her turn. It's that front end assembly. She's sharper at those withers. She's more upstanding in those withers. She's tighter at the point of shoulder. And it is that advantage in general appearance in that front end assembly that takes 4 over 5. 5 over 6 in her turn. Just showing me more substance of bone and that dairy strength. Plus, he has the best mullet out here, so we have to give some credit to that. But that mullet and the doe that he's showing here with that substance of bone and depth of body is going to place over the 6th place doe. And again, this doe here at the end of the line, appreciate the angulation of that rear leg set that we're seeing. So.
All right, this is our junior Nigerian Dwarf class. 1 is placing over 2 today. For her advantage, first in dairy strength. We're seeing more length of neck, more sharpness of the withers, more incurve in that thigh today, coupled with an advantage in general appearance. She's stronger on that rear leg set with more natural width into that escutcheon today, more length into that hip over this doe standing in 2. 2 in her turn is placing over 3 for her advantage in general appearance. Her forelegs are placed more properly in relation to those withers. There's less movement at that point of shoulder today, as well as a slight advantage in just the width between the hocks and her right over this doe in 3. 3 over 4, a more upstanding doe, a doe showing us more length of neck today, more levelness of rump over this doe in 4. 4 over 5 in her turn. We're seeing more levelness from hips to pins today. We're also seeing more substance of bone on this doe, more body capacity as well. She's deeper into the heart girth, wider into the chest over this doe. I believe she's in 5. 5 over 6, it is for her length of neck that we're seeing on her, the pliability of skin coupled with the angulation to that rear leg set and the straightness from hocks to pasterns, placing 5 over 6. 6 over 7, it is for the levelness of rump and the natural width between the hocks, the correctness in those rear legs. And then 7 over 8, just a slightly more ease of motion today as they walk around the ring, more smoothly blended into the neck and to the withers over this 9th place doe. 9 should be commended for the length of body that she has today. Thank you for bringing these animals out.
All right, championship lineup here in our TOG division today. 4 really nice does standing here at the front of the line. As we compare these 4 does at the front of the line, I think the doe that most balances out the scorecard with strength and general appearance, length, levelness over the top line. Beautiful front end assembly on this doe. She's tight at the point of shoulder, tight at the point of elbow, that appropriate amount of extension in the brisket, correct angulation of the rear leg set with tremendous amount of width between the hocks. For me, my grand today is going to be the dry yearling front of the line. She's going to be my grand. We'll pull her out. As we pull that 2nd place doe in, again, I really like the general appearance on this doe. She's long, appreciate that length of body. But for me, I think the doe that gets closest now to my grand champion of the day with that depth of body, that extension to brisket, that correctness in front end assembly, strength in top line is going to be my intermediate kid. She is going to be my reserve right there.
In the Toggenburg show just completed, the grand champion doe is owned by Harmony Alpines from Nunn, Colorado. The doe is named Harmony Jackpot Maggie Laverne. And the reserve grand champion doe goes to Callie Schmidt from Haywarden, Iowa. Her doe is Schmidt/ECF IHSB Abbey Road. To these two exhibitors. In the Toggenburg show, the junior get was owned by Callie Schmidt from Haywarden, Iowa. She was awarded first place ribbon. We'll now begin the La Mancha show here in the South Arena. And Travis Cockburn from Johnston City, Illinois, will be making the placings on this go-round.
A single entry in our senior kid Nigerian dwarf class, a doe well deserving of a first place in a blue ribbon. Definitely could have withstood some competition today. I really admire the side profile of this doe, the correctness and the placement of those feet and legs today, the levelness of the top line, and just the openness and angulation throughout. We look forward to seeing her back for selection of champion.
Class 102 of the Nigerian Dwarfs here in the North Arena. First place went to Samantha McLean from Fort Collins, Colorado. Second to Clary Berlin from Fort Collins, Colorado. Third to Sarah Cleveland from Beaver Crossing, Nebraska. Fourth to Cameron Branson from Fairbury, Nebraska. Fifth to Sarah Cleveland from Beaver Crossing, Nebraska. And sixth to Sarah Cleveland. That concludes Class 102. In Class 104, just completed, one entry was owned by Cameron Branson from Fairbury, Nebraska. Now in the arena, north end, we have Class 106 junior yearlings.
Oh, down there. Okay. I'm like, these aren't junior yearlings. These are intermediate kids, right? Yeah. Okay. All right, intermediate kid class in La Mancha division here. This is kind of one of those classes. There's 6 really nice goats up and down the lineup here as you look at them. So you got to kind of sort through those small minor details. I think the most balanced doe here, though, at the front of the line, when you watch this doe move around the ring, she is definitely the doe that blends the most smoothly while she's on the move, when she comes from that neck into the withers and then carries out through the back into that rump. Just really appreciate that length and levelness that we see all the way across the top of this doe. As you watch her walk, she tracks with the most width between those hocks. Also in that front end assembly, she's tightest at the point of shoulder, tightest at the point of elbow, really showing that tremendous amount of width in that front end assembly. And for all those reasons, she places over the does standing behind her. 2 going over 3 in her turn. The advantage here is in dairy strength. When you put your hands on these 2 does, while they look very similar inside profile here, it is that advantage in dairy strength. She's just more open in that ribbing, a little more flat-boned, loose, pliable skin as you get your hands on her, and then as you stand here and look at them, just a little longer, leaner in the neck, so that dairy strength carries 2 over 3. 3 over 4 in her turn. She's just stronger in general appearance. When you look at this doe, when you get her on the move in her turn, she's more level from hips to pins on the move, blends a little bit more correctly from that loin into the rump as you get her on the move. She stands on a little bit stronger feet and legs also. When you look at those rear pasterns, just has less tendency to have that weakness in those rear pasterns. For that reason, 4 goes over 5. 5 over 6 in her turn. Close placing here with these 2, but we see more substance of bone, more length of bone in 5 or 4 over 5 there, 5 then over 6. When we look at these 2, we're just seeing more development here, more depth throughout, more length of bone pattern. But I really do like this little doe at the end of the line, that correctness that we see in her feet and legs. Really strong on those 4 legs and angulated on those rear legs. Commend her for that.
In the La Mancha show here at the South Arena, in Class 100, the first class, first place went to Levi Campbell from Troy, Missouri. Second place to Josh Campbell from Breckenridge, Missouri. Third place to Levi Campbell from Troy, Missouri. And fourth place to Jenna Good from Wakefield, Nebraska. In the class just completed, Class 102, the intermediates, first place went to Levi Campbell from Troy, Missouri. Second place to Cole Meter from Lincoln, Nebraska. Third place, Abby Bundy from Doniphan, Nebraska. Fourth place, Levi Campbell from Troy, Missouri. Fifth place, Cole Meter from Lincoln, Nebraska. And sixth place, Jenna Good from Wakefield, Nebraska. That's Class 102.
All right, in our junior yearling class, we're starting with this doe to my right, 1/2. First for her advantage in general appearance. There's more height into that discussion
We had
today.
a single entry.
Sorry. There's more height into the escutcheon today. She has a neck that blends more smoothly into the withers today. She's showing us more moderate strength of brisket, more correctness when in that side rear leg being more perpendicular from hock to pasterns today over this doe in 2. When you get your hands on her, you see that she's just a little, she's showing us more pliability of skin, more more openness between the ribs over this doe in 2. 2 in her turn is placing over 3 for her advantages. First in her dairy strength, the substance of bone, the sharpness of the withers that we're seeing on her, the angulation and angulation into that thigh over this doe in 3, but she's also stronger on those rear legs with toes more properly placed forward today over this doe in 3. 3 in her turn is placing over 4 for her advantages in general appearance. She's stronger in that front end assembly with 4 legs more properly placed today. She's more nearly level from hips to pins, and she just tracks with more natural width between the hocks over this doe standing in 4. And then 4/5, it is first for the width of rump that we're seeing. In her turn, the openness between the hocks, as well as the dairy strength, the length of neck, the cleanliness of neck, and the openness of ribs over this deep-bodied doe standing here, and I believe it was 6. A really deep-bodied doe, or 6 or 7? Okay. A really deep-bodied doe. Also admire the length of body that she has, and she should be commended for that. Thank you for bringing these does out.
our dry yearlings. I guess it's good we waited on this doe as she moves to the front of the line as we waited on her. And really a beautiful doe at that. When we look at her compared to the does standing behind her, the advantage here is in dairy strength. When you look at this doe, she's long about that neck. She's blends so well from that neck into those shoulders. You look at that flank. She's really incurving back into her flank, really open in that ribbing. And you pull that together with that general appearance. When we compare general appearance with 1/2, the advantage there is in the area of the rump. She's wider from thurl to thurl, more nearly level from thurl to thurl. And then in those feet and legs, she just tracks with more width. So for all of those reasons, 1 goes over 2. 2 going over 3. We'll get the grant out of the way. The obvious that she obviously grants in depth of body to that doe standing behind her, but it is the strength and general appearance, the levelness over the top line, correctness in feet and legs. She's more angulated on that rear leg set. She's straighter on those forelegs. And it is that advantage really that comes with general appearance in feet and legs that places 2 over 3. 3 over 4, there is that advantage in body capacity. So much deep-bodied doe here when we look at that depth in the chest, increasing width back in the barrel as we compare 3 over 4. 4 over 5 in her turn. Definitely here when we look at these two and we get them on the move, the advantages in general appearance, it's that top line. She's just walking so much better, walks out better. She's more smooth in that neck into her withers and then carrying it across that top line. More pleasing shape to that rear leg set here as we look at 3 or 4 going over 5. 5 over 6 in her turn. She's a little more dairy here. In her turn, just a little freer of that excess fleshing, a little leaner about the neck as you look at this doe here in 5 over or in 6 over 7. 7 then over 8. Big advantage here in body capacity when we look at that depth and width throughout, and for those reasons, 7 goes over 8. But again, this is an 8th place doe that's really competitive in a lot of other places, strong on those feet and legs, and we'll commend her for that. So I need 1st and 2nd place does in the ring. All right, now we can talk about our championship lineup here for our La Manchas. 4 really nice does here standing at the front of the line. All really deep-bodied does, tremendous depth in those chest floors, all showing me that appropriate extension with brisket, those forelegs placed properly under the withers as you watch them all walk around the ring, extremely tight in those shoulders. Really appreciate the angulation that we see to the rear leg set with all of them. I think as I look up and down the line here and kind of sort through them, for me, the competition comes between the intermediate kid and the dry yearling at the front of the line as you look at the 2 of them. And it's going to be for the advantage that the doe has in the rump, being wider in the rump, a little deeper in that front end assembly, tracking more width between her hocks. I am going to go with a dry yearling at the front of the line. She is going to be my grand champion, and we'll pull her out, and we pull that 2nd place doe in. And I think this doe still fits extremely well in this lineup when you look at her. Maybe not quite the extension of the brisket that we had in the champion of the day, but I think she competes extremely well with the remainder of the group that is here. She's sharp, she's angular, tracks with a tremendous amount of width. I think competition still stays either in the dry yearling or we look back at this intermediate kid as we look at the two. And it's going to be for that slight advantage in the dairy strength, the smoothest blending across the top line, that openness and ribbing that I'm going to come back to the intermediate kid here in the middle, and she's going to be my reserve.
All right, this is my yearling Nigerian dwarf class, and we're going to start this class with this doe to my right, 1/2 for her advantage today in dairy strength. She's cleaner about that thigh. She's showing us more length of neck, more cleanliness of neck, more angulation to those ribs today over this doe in 2. She also has a slight advantage in general appearance, showing us more moderate strength of brisket today, a slight advantage in the straightness of the legs, more length of loin over this doe in 2. 2 in her turn is placing over 3 for her advantage, first in body capacity. We're seeing more depth into that heart girth today, more depth of barrel, but we're also seeing an advantage in that top line, that area of the chine today, the loin, and also the levelness from hips to pins. 3/4, it is for her advantage today. In her turn in in dairy strength, we're seeing a longer length of bone pattern throughout. In general appearance, we're seeing more levelness from hips to pins in her turn over this doe standing in 4. 4/5, it is for the angulation to that rear leg set, the curvature of the thigh, the upstandingness we're seeing on her, the length of loin. 5/6, it is for her advantage today in the slope of rump from hips to pins, the openness into the escutcheon today, the natural width between those rear legs, placing, I believe it's 6 over the spotted doe over this blonde doe now. For her advantage today in the front end assembly, she's showing us withers more properly placed today. She's slightly straighter on those 4 legs. She's also longer from hips to pins. We have the blonde doe over the spotted doe. For her advantage in depth of body, there's more width into that chest floor today, more width of barrel, more width into the heart girth, as well as just slightly straighter on those rear legs from hocks to pasterns. We have our spotted brown doe over this white spotted doe. For her advantages in dairy strength, we're seeing more cleanliness, more angulation, more refinement into that flank, more sharpness into the withers over this white doe here. The white doe over this brown chocolate doe. For her advantages in body capacity, the width into that chest floor today, the depth of barrel, and then this brown doe over this blonde, light brown doe. For her advantage in that top line, the strength in the chine today, the levelness from hips to pins. We come from this doe to this black doe here. For her upstandingness, her smoothest of blending from the neck into the withers today. 4 legs more properly placed in relation to that front end assembly. And finally, we have this black doe over this black and white doe. Length of neck today, length of body, levelness from hips to pins over this very deep body doe here standing to my left. And for that depth of body, particularly that depth of barrel, this doe should be commended. Thank you.
Thank you, Danielle, for your comments. Back over here to the Levantia show. We just had the champion doe chosen. She was owned by Clary Berlin from Fort Collins, Colorado. She has a grand champion doe. Her doe is named South Fork M.A. Solstice. Reserve in that division is owned by Levi Campbell from Troy, Missouri. Levi's doe is called Pancreas, Light My Love.
of Nigerian dwarf kids. This was not an easy decision on who is going to be my grand champion and my reserve grand champion. Starting with this incredibly flashy junior kid, lots of sharpness and angulation on her. Really admire the rear leg set, the openness into the escutcheon that she's showing us, the levelness of top line, and the width of rump that we see on her. We have our intermediate kid, a long-bodied kid. She's strong in those feet and legs today. She's also one long in that top line. Really admire the smoothness of blending of that neck into the withers when you watched her on the move. Lots of ease of motion on her. We come up to our senior kid, a doe that just another beautiful top line on this doe, particularly in that chine and loin area. She's tall, upstanding, and showing us a lot of substance of bone as well. We have our junior yearling, a doe, once again, open, deep, incredible, beautiful front end assembly on this doe. Lots of length from hips to pins, lots of correctness on those rear leg sets, lots of openness into the escutcheon, combined with a lot of depth of body as well. And finally, we come up to our senior yearling, a really upstanding doe. I admire the length of neck that she has, the cleanliness that she is showing throughout, and the strength of those feet and legs. I do think for our selection of Grand Champion Junior Doe, there's just a doe that puts it together a little bit better than the remainder of these first place animals. She's just showing us more depth of body, more openness. When you get your hands on her, you're feeling incredible pliability of skin, lots of width between the ribs, flatness of bone throughout, and that is our junior yearling. She will be my Grand Champion today. When you pull her out, the doe that stood second to her, another doe I really admire, maybe didn't have quite the same depth in that chest floor, quite the same smoothness of blending and the cleanliness. And so I do think it comes down to the kid at the end of my line and the dry yearling at the top of my line for my selection of reserve junior champion. And there definitely are some trade-offs on them, but I do think there's just one that just walks with a slight advantage in ease of motion. She's slightly tighter at those toes today, showing us just a lot of depth, particularly in regards to her age, and that is our junior kid. She will be my reserve grand champion. Beautiful class of Nigerians. Thank you all for bringing them out today.
Thank you, Danielle, for those comments here. She will now move south and work on the La Manchas, and that'll be the end of our day today. So. The grand champion doe from the Nigerian Dwarf Show was owned by Clary Berlin from Fort Collins, Colorado. Her grand champion doe is Flower Lion Farm LG Cottontail. The reserve grand champion is also owned by Clary Berlin from Fort Collins. Her doe there is Flower Lion Farm HD Spider. Congratulations on your double win, Clary.
Junior Ghetto Sires 1, 2, and 3. 1 is placing over 2 today. First, for their advantage in the consistency of the levelness of rump that we're seeing on them, the advantage in the openness into the escutcheon today, and the upstandingness that we're seeing coupled with the body capacity that we're seeing in this first group over the second. Second over third, it is for their levelness of rumps from hips to pins, the width, natural width, and the natural width between the hocks, placing 2 over 3. Not to take anything away from this young group standing in 3, I do admire the smoothness of blending that we're seeing from their neck into their withers as a group, and they should be commended for that. 3 really strong trios. Thank you for bringing these out.
May lie on her paperwork
Uh-oh, why?
because they're both hers.
Oh.
And I was like, which one is which? And she says, I don't care. Let's women go first. So put me first. And she goes second. I'm like, hey, now.
Oh, that's great.
In this class of Junior Ghetto Sire for the Nigerian Dwarfs, first group was awarded to Clary Berlin from Fort Collins, Colorado. Second group was Sarah Cleveland from Beaver Crossing, Nebraska. And third was Joshua Benton from Beaver Crossing, Nebraska. Again, those groups were owned by Cheryl Berlin of Fort Collins, Sarah Cleveland from Beaver Crossing, and Joshua Benton from Beaver Crossing. Now turn your attention to the South Arena.
We'll be in that ring.
We'll have the final breed show of the day. We'll be doing the second go-round of the La Manchas.
Sorry, Will.
This is for yours. How do I want to word that? Rose gold.
As we begin the La Mancha show in the South Ring over here, I just want to make sure everyone's aware that Best in Show will happen in the North Ring. This is the last.
5 minutes after La Mancha.
It'll be 5 minutes after the La Mancha show ends. Again, Best in Show for both rings will happen in the North Ring, 5 minutes after the conclusion of the La Mancha show.
Just the grand.
You didn't want her to help you with the ribbons?
No, I don't want to work her too hard.
He doesn't want to scare her away.
I don't want her to think I can't do my own job.
It's getting kind of deep over here.
Thank God you're
I
up on
didn't
the
wear
table.
didn't wear my boots, so
Thank God you're on the table because it is pretty deep. Here, I got slip-ons. I make it all wrong.
Dad, can I see that?
You can throw this one at him. Slip-on.
What's that?
He said I can throw that shoe at you. It's a slip-on.
That's what I got. I got slip-ons on here.
I'm going to just throw mine
Okay.
at you.
That makes more
cry.
sense. Feel like when they pulled the archive with the juniors.
You're welcome. Yeah. Right.
All right, this is my junior La Mancha kid class. One is placing over 2 for her advantage in general appearance. She's straighter on those forelegs when you view her from the side. She tracks with more natural width between the hocks. She's stronger on that rear leg set with more length from hips to pins, more length into that loin as well. In dairy strength, we're seeing more length of neck, more cleanliness of neck on this doe over this doe in second. 2 in her turn is placing over 3 for her advantage in general appearance. She's stronger in that top line, particularly just being more nearly level across the board. She's a more upstanding doe as she tracks around the ring, as well as just stronger in that rear leg set with more angulation and curvature to the thigh over this doe in 3. 3 over 4, it is first for her levelness and top line, or excuse me, levelness of rumps from hips to pins. The substance of bone we're seeing on the yield. 4th place doe, the youngest kid in the class. I think give her a few more weeks and she would definitely change her placing. A really strong doe. Really admire the levelness of top line on her. Thank you for bringing all these animals out.
Here are the results for Class 100 junior kids. First place to Levi Campbell from Troy, Missouri. Levi also had second place in that class. Third place to Josh Campbell from Breckenridge, Missouri. And fourth place in that class went to Jenna Good from Wakefield, Nebraska. That's the results of Class 100 junior kids La Mancha.
senior kids.
A single entry in our senior kid class, a doe well deserving of a first place and a blue ribbon. Really admire the smoothness of blending of this doe, the ease of motion as she tracks around the ring, and her upstandingness, the strength in those forelegs and the front end assembly. Doe definitely could have withstood some serious competition today.
She didn't like what I had to say. Yeah.
All right, this is my dry yearling class for my La Mancha division. One is placing two, a really interesting pair, lots of trade-offs between these two, but I think it really comes down to these does on the move. The 1/2 is just stronger in that front end assembly with less movement as she tracks around the ring. She's showing us more angulation into that rear leg set, more natural width between the hocks today, more being perpendicular from hocks to pasterns over this doe in two, but a real close placing between these two does. 2 then over 3, it is for her advantage in her turn. First, in the length of body we're seeing, the length of loin, the length from hips to pins, the placement of those pin bones today, the thurls today. The rear leg set in her turn over this doe standing in 3. 3 over 4, it is for the smoothest of blending from the neck into the withers, the more moderate strength of brisket that we're seeing, coupled with the body capacity, that depth of barrel on this 3rd place over the 4th place doe. 4 over 5, there's more width between the hocks on this doe. There's more strength in that front end assembly with the forelegs more properly placed. She also has the advantage, more length of neck today, more angulation throughout, more openness throughout over this, I believe it's the 5th place doe. 5th over 6, it is for the smoothest of blending into that neck, into the withers, the length of top line, the length of loin, the length from hips to pins that she has. And then 6 over 7, the levelness of the rump, the straightness of those rear legs today, placing her over this doe here. Not to take anything away from, I believe it's the 7th place doe, I want to commend her for the straightness of her forelegs. Thank you for bringing these animals out.
In the class of senior yearlings just completed, first went to Clary Berlin from Fort Collins, Colorado. Second to Levi Campbell from Troy, Missouri. Third to Abby Bundy from Doniphan, Nebraska. Fourth to Levi Campbell from Troy, Missouri. Fifth to Abby Bundy from Doniphan, Nebraska. Sixth to Jenna Good from Wakefield, Nebraska. And seventh to Jenna Good from Wakefield, Nebraska. We're now selecting our champion La Mancha doe here in the South Arena.
A beautiful lineup of La Mancha does today. Really impressed with just the quality we saw throughout the show. I'm starting with this junior kid, a really tall, growthy kid here, as our junior kid really admired the width of the rump that we're seeing on her, the straightness of those feet and correctness of those feet and legs, and the smoothness of blending throughout. We have another long-bodied dose as our intermediate kid, showing us a lot of strength in that top line, levelness of the rump, lots of dairy strength on her as well. Our single entry in our senior kid division, lots of substance on this doe, substance of bone, as well as smoothness of blending length throughout. And finally, we come up to our yearling doe, a long-bodied doe, lots of substance and bone. Really admire that rear leg set on her, the length of body as well. I do think for our selection of champion, it comes down to our junior kid and our yearling doe, and there certainly are some trade-offs between the two of them, but I think the advantage goes to the junior kid and her strength in those forelegs, the straightness of those forelegs when you view her from the side, the length of body, and just the smoothness of blending, the upstandingness that she has. She will be my junior grand champion for the La Mancha division. When you pull her out, the doe that stood second to her, a similar kid in style, another long doe, but maybe doesn't quite have the same width throughout, the same natural ease of motion on her general appearance in those feet and legs. So I think it comes down to this intermediate kid and this yearling doe. And today, for her advantage in the substance of bone, the rear leg angulation today, as well as the length of body we're seeing, I'm going to go to my yearling. She will be my reserve grand champion. Thank you.
In the La Mancha show just completed, the grand champion was owned by Levi Campbell from Troy, Missouri. The doe's name is Manasius Marsala.
What?
How many sires?
No, we didn't enter it.
Or sorry. Okay, perfect. Yeah, exactly. Just making sure. Yeah.
We have a junior get. It's written down. Go tell Trevor. You have a junior get. Go get your juniors. I guess you have a junior get. What? Because he doesn't get it in. I didn't know he had his time. Go.
All right, for our junior get of sire, we're going to start with this group here to my left and or yeah, right. And then we're going to go to the does on yeah. Go to these does on my left here. One is placing over 2 today. We have a really consistent group of kids in this get. Lots of dairy strength, length of body throughout. They're strong on their feet and legs, and just more smoothly blended than this trio standing here to my left. Not to take anything away from this trio to my left, I do want to commend them for the length that we're seeing consistently from thorough to thorough. Thank you for bringing these 2 trios out.
Thank you, Danielle. In that class of junior gets, first place went to Levi Campbell from Troy, Missouri, and second place to Jenna Good from Wakefield, Nebraska. That concludes the La Mancha show at this time for today. Thank you for being with us. Stay tuned here in the North Arena. We will now choose our supreme champion of the day. Now entering the North Arena are the champion does judged today by Travis Cockburn from Illinois. These are his champions. He'll be choosing the supreme champion from his shows today here in the North Ring. Representing the Alpine will be the Harmony Farms from Nunn, Colorado. The Hoverhasleys will be Jill Womble from Ray, Colorado. Recorded Grays will be Megan Okeson from Silver Lake, Kansas. The Sanins will be Dina Andreessen from Leon, Iowa. The Sable will be Dina Andreessen from Leon, Iowa. The Nubian will be Elizabeth Mitch from Augusta, Kansas. The Toggenburg will be Abigail Larson from Nunn, Colorado. The Nigerian Dwarf will be Clary Berlin from Fort Collins, Colorado. And the La Mancha will be Clary Berlin from Fort Collins, Colorado. Let's have a round of applause for these exhibitors, their show today, please. Thank you. Our exhibitors are competing for an extra $250 for this selection. They'll get a championship chair and then an extra rosette representing being the supreme champion here today.
All right. It's always fun to get to this point of the show. We've worked through it, and as a judge, you can look and see what you did throughout the day, and I think you can look up and down this line, and you can see the type of goat that I like to see. That's the sharp and angular doe that's really strong on those feet and legs, very correct throughout, and I think we get that with all of these does. You know, as a judge, oftentimes I come to the best in show and I already have it down to 2, and I know what I'm going to do based on how the day has been. And I told Danielle, the other judge, walking in. I said, I think there's 6 in my head right now, and I don't know what I'm going to do. So it was good to get them out here to look at them again. And as we go through this line, I mean, we started out early this morning with these Alpines and this Alpine doe that's here. By far one of the most powerful does that's standing here in this lineup. When you look at her, the depth, the substance of bone throughout, the correctness on those feet and legs. Beautiful doe as you watch her walk around the ring, holds everything together. The dairy strength in this Oberhausley doe here just is definitely something to see. As this doe moves around the ring, I love the gracefulness by which she moves, that head held high, those feet tracking perfectly, that level top line that you get with her. We see a Saanen here that as we come to this Saanen, just such a deep-bodied, powerful doe, really strong on those feet and legs. Love the rear leg set that we see. You know, for a dry yearling here, we're not over-conditioned. It's where we want to see them as they come into that breeding season here, and then just a beautiful Saanen. This deep-bodied recorded grade that just love the set of this doe's feet and legs. When you look at her inside profile, that rear leg set, she's angulated from that pin bone down to the hock, really perpendicular from hock to pastern. She just shows me tremendous width throughout. You stand on top of this doe, you see a lot of width, but then you also see a lot of angles as you stand behind her. This long-bodied Nubian here just really excels in that head and breed character. When you look at her, just a beautiful head, breed character that she has. Really strong in her feet and legs and her turn, showing tremendous depth throughout, a tremendous amount of width in that front end assembly as you watch her walk towards you. Just really wide in that front end assembly. Sable Show was really small, but this dry yearling that we have is super sharp, super angular, very dairy in her turn as we look at this Sable. The Nigerian here, I talked an awful lot about her when we had her out here in the show. Just the length of body that this doe has. She's long, she's level, she's correct on those feet and legs, and in her turn, she has a tremendous amount of width, both in that front end assembly, back into that barrel, and as you watch this doe walk away from you, maybe one of the widest rear udders here that we see out here today. This Toggenburg, maybe not the biggest tog, but correct. And what I like about this doe is that she is correct, and she is correct in that smoothest of blending. When you look at her from her neck into her withers, carries it all across the top line. You get her on the move, those feet and legs hold up extremely well. In her turn, she's really open in that ribbing, loose, pliable skin. And then that La Mancha that almost didn't make it to my ring, but is now standing out here in the Best in Show lineup. She's long, she's elegant, she's extremely dairy, and in her turn, standing on extremely strong feet and legs. For me, as I go up and down this lineup, I said there were 5 or 6. I won't talk about those 5 or 6, but I will tell you, you know, an honorable mention goes to the Nigerian. I'm extremely picky on picking a Nigerian Best in Show as a Nigerian breeder, and this one definitely could in many times make the cut, but she's up against some extremely. Today, for me, the best junior doe in show, the Oberhausley. She is pretty excited right now for all of the applause, but when you watch this doe walk, she's tighter at the point of shoulder, she's smoother in her motion, tracking with just a little more width, and it is for that advantage that the Oberhausley today is my best junior doe in show.
Congratulations to Jill Wombley from Ray, Colorado. Jill Wombley from Ray, Colorado, owner of the Supreme Champion Drive here under our judge, Travis Cockburn. Next, we will have the Supreme Drive under our judge from New York, Danielle Caroli. All of the champions under Danielle will be out here in just a moment. They're a lot like our first lineup with a few changes, but we'll have that Supreme Drive here in just a moment. As our does enter the ring, I will read off the names of those participating in this drive. Representing the Alpines will be Harmony Alpines from Nunn, Colorado. Representing the Oberhasleys will be Jill Wombley from Ray, Colorado. The recorded grades will be represented by Megan Okeson from Silver Lake, Kansas. The Seinen will be represented by Deanna Andreessen from Leon, Iowa. The Sables will be represented by Deanna Andreessen from Leon, Iowa. The Nubians are represented by Elizabeth Mish from Augusta, Kansas. The Toggenburgers are owned by Abigail Larson from Nunn, Colorado. The Nigerian Dwarf is owned by Clary Berlin from Fort Collins, Colorado. And the La Mancha is owned by Levi Campbell from Troy, Missouri. These exhibitors will be competing for $250 in cash, a state fair chair, and an extra Grand Champion rosette if their entry is selected here in this class. Choosing her champion is our judge for today, Danielle Caroli from Stanfordville, New York, where she has a herd of Nubians, Sainans, and experimental Gary goats.